Hello. How are you? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Hang on, I can't see chat right now. Professional streamer Kiara forgets to open up chat and cannot see. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, the Slayer. It is me, the Slayer of Demons, Kiara. Yes. It is I, the one and only. Yeah, that's a big stress relief. I tell you what. Huge stress relief. All this is done with. And over. So essentially all outside of one group pretty much hit all of my extended family the last 2 days. Okay, we'll give a couple more minutes for people to get in, then we'll talk about it. Cheeky, stop chasing Ponko. Oh my god. Just see out of the corner of my an orange and black blur as they're going through. My gosh. Yeah, so for those of you who have been living under a rock or have never seen my stream before, which I think literally everybody watching me has seen my stream before. I was at a wedding. It's a 2-day affair. Now, when I say wedding, I don't mean like that we're in a church. There's bridesmaids and groomsmen and a ring bearer, a flower girl, an organ player. You know, the traditional Christian wedding with all that shit, right? A priest in the front talking about holy matrimony and all of that. No. What this was a courthouse wedding where literally you go in, the guy reads for like 3 minutes, and then you're done, and that's it. You go into like what looks like a meeting room in a conference room in an office with some flowers, right? They read for 3 minutes, you kiss the bride, and you're done. And no, I already knew all that. I already knew this is fine, okay? And then day 2 was the reception. So basically, day 1 was a small subset of people where we go there, we went to the courthouse, did the thing, and then had a luncheon, basically, with like 12 people. And then yesterday was the big wedding reception where we had about 30 people in a reception room, private room at Fogo de Chao, Brazilian steakhouse, right? And like, you know, they wanted they wanted, you know, photos and all that stuff. So I got dressed up for both of these. With one big thing, and like, I don't get many opportunities to dress up fancy. So I was like, okay, I know it's just a courthouse thing, but I'm gonna dress up fancy because it's a wedding. Even if it's like a short affair, it's a wedding, and I want to look good, and it's an opportunity to look good. And I've been saying over the last several weeks how nervous I've been about this because a lot of people in my extended family are MAGA cultists, and for lack of a better term, and we all know how that goes. So it's weird. It's like, you know, I wanted to make sure that I looked good, that I was gonna have fun, that I was happy. I wasn't gonna let any of that, you know, because I was preparing for the worst, right? And like, I didn't expect anybody to start shit at the wedding, but I expected people to like maybe look at me on. There were definitely a couple people who were like eyeing me a little strange or whatnot. But I think overall, like, the reception to me, I feel was pretty positive. at least outward facing, it was pretty positive. I don't know if there's any gossip behind my back or anything, of course, but it sounded very positive, including like a couple surprising developments. And I think this is like a very common Republican thing, is the whole, and due to the politics of our family, I can't avoid talking about how people behave politically in this environment. Republicans are all about creating an enemy, right? This is just what they do. They create an enemy, and they blow up this enemy to be like, everybody, you hate this is what you hate, and they kind of use that to energize their base and get them all focused on this common enemy that they can unite against to destroy. And a lot of times this takes the form of illegal immigration, homeless people, any minority, whether it be LGBT or a racial minority, people taking advantage of welfare systems or something like that. That type of thing. They always have something, right? That usually it's a disadvantaged, weak target that doesn't have the ability to fight back, either by a numbers based or money based or whatever, and like that, and then they can unite around that, right? But one thing that I think is also very common is, and I think a big difference between someone who is more progressive versus someone who's more conservative is, if you're a progressive, you basically have more empathy. I feel it kind of comes with the territory of being progressive. You have to have empathy for other people to help them, Whereas if you don't have empathy for other people, you're just like, oh, heck you, I got mine type thing. So like whether you are part of your immediate circle of friends, I think someone who's more progressive will be like, okay, I don't know this person. Heck, I don't even know if I like this person. They're not related to my family, but they deserve happiness too, that type of thing. Whereas the more conservative people are like, okay, I really care about my family, but the further you get removed from that family, like, basically, you cease being human and you're just like a statistic, right? You're an enemy or whatever. Like, as soon as you get it, that's the way it has been. So you get interesting dynamics when somebody close to that family does something or becomes something that is very against, their conservative viewpoints, right? In this case, being a trans person, right? And so it's kind of forced everybody to accept that, because, one thing I'll say is like, okay, yeah, my family's, a lot of them are crazy, right? But one thing that they do is like, I would never pick any of them that that they would like become violent, that harmful, or like would like publicly disgrace me, or I never expected any of that ever, because like I am still their family. They're not gonna do that. At least my family are. And it kind of like brings up the paradox, right? Of, the people you're voting for, the people you're so adamant about, the people you hate, I am one of them. So how do you reconcile that, right? How do you reconcile that? And it comes down to what I think is like you kind of like compartmentalize it. It's like, okay, I'm one of the good ones. All right. How can you both in the in-group and the out-group? Yeah. It's like they treat me like I'm one of the good ones, right? It's like, oh, you're not like those other trans freaks. You're a good one, it's like, whatever, so. And I had this happen, a while, like, because, like, people say, it's like, oh, yeah, like, you at least look the part, is a word that was said to me, which I did not like. There's basically, it was a low-handed compliment where they're saying is like, okay, I look like a girl. All right. So basically what that comes as like, oh, you pass, so you're fine. Whereas there's like, oh, these other people are not even trying and all this other stuff, and they want all this yada 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 yada, right? So that's kind of like the things that it goes down, right? And, you know, that really others a lot of people. So I had to respond to that and say, like, listen, you know, not everybody is as lucky as me. Not everybody can pull this off as well as I can. Not everybody has access to medical care even. So I try to get that point across where it's like, you know, you can't gate who you are based off of what medical treatment and money you have access to. Because if you have more money, you can do a lot of stuff. Yeah. But there are a couple interesting things. And I'll say overall, like, I got an immense amount of compliments. Probably more compliments than anybody else who was at this stuff. And so people coming over and saying, holy shit, Kiara, you look freaking amazing. Now my dad stayed quiet, but still took pictures of me. He didn't, like, acknowledge that I look pretty or anything, or that I look funny. Kind of like, he was just my dad. He was my dad being my dad. You know, he doesn't really compliment anybody, because that's who he is. Like, I don't think I've ever seen him give any sort of appearance-based compliment. Nothing like, oh, wow, your hair is like, no, he's just there. It's like, no matter what you do, it's like, you're just there, right? But so I'll split it into what happened day one, what happened day two. So day one, I wore a sparkly dress. Both days with heels. So I did full head to toe outfit. You know, learned how to put eyeliner on, eyeshadow, everything. Right? You know, I glammed myself up, but not in an over the top way. I don't like over the top makeup where you look like a doll. Not saying it's bad if you do that. That's not me. It's not my style. And I remember, because, like, I got into the parking lot, and everybody else was already there. And my heart was, like, pumping, because 4 people there had not seen me in, like, 4 or 5 years. And I had to walk across the parking lot in my glam dress and heels to enter the group. So basically everybody turned to look at me and watch me come in, and I could read their expressions coming in. I was aura farming as I come in, because and the first things that were said is my cousins were like, whoa, that dress is insane. So my other cousin, like, so the people I went to Japan with, and this is something that's good. It's like, overall, there's been a lot of progress. So initially, when my status came out as public, these 2 people, the 2 people I went to Japan with, were like, we don't want you around our kids. Which really hurts. And then, you know, years later, they bring their kids to dinner with me. So they've gotten over that. And then now they're, like, very supportive. So they've kind of, after exposure enough to me, they've kind of 180'd and realized that was stupid. That I'm still the same person. I'm not going to, like, the caricature that your party has built up is not reality. And I think they realize that after having firsthand experience with somebody. So I respect that. I respect that they've, like, come around. Like, they're not stupid. Nobody in my family I would describe as stupid. Okay, maybe there's a couple people I'll describe as stupid, but, you know, these people aren't idiots. With like, enough things that they see, like, they will come around. But sometimes it can be frustratingly slow, but, you know that's what we got going. So they come in, they're complimenting me, and then my cousin, he reaches over, whispers to me, he's like, where did you get that? I need to treat my wife to, I'm leaving out any names. I need to treat my wife to a new dress. Where did you get that? Holy crap, it looks good. So basically they're like, not only did I look good in the dress, but the dress itself was also very fancy to the point where they're asking me where the heck did I get it, because it looked so good on me. And the short answer is, like, I got something that fit me. There is a massive difference between clothes that fit and clothes that don't. And I feel most people, especially girls, all the girls out there, you're guilty of this. I know. I've done this too. You want to fit into something that is slightly smaller than your real size. Yeah, also looks maxing people. Yeah. You'll try to fit into something that is too small. And as soon as you're in something that is too small or too big, then it's just not gonna look good, and it's gonna show. So like, and tailoring it, like, so I wouldn't do this for like regular clothes, or I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's like regular clothes or regular clothes, who cares? Like, but if you're trying to like go somewhere and look good, if your goal is to look good, seriously consider, like, one, remeasure yourself and make sure like you get actual measurements. And also, like, if something is close but not quite there, it is relatively inexpensive to go to a tailor. Like, I know, like, tailors sound like, oh my god, tailors are like for rich people type thing, you know, getting tailored suits and there's a difference between like having like a full custom suit where they measure your arms, they measure your waist, and they literally make a suit specifically for you. That's like a 4-digit sum right there to get that. Expensive shirts to get everything that literally fits perfectly. But if you take something that's close and you get an alteration to it to better fit you, that is very, very cheap in comparison. Like, you can get something for under $100. And so, like, just going in and getting that done is huge. Luckily, I didn't have to do that for my dresses. They just fit. They fit perfectly on their own. I was in the size. And it's easier with dresses because, you know, dresses typically do not go down your arms or to your feet. So if you have, like, an inch difference in, like, the height of a dress where it lands on your leg, it's not that big of a difference. And a lot of dresses are, like, sleeveless as well. So you don't need to worry about that dimension. It's mainly your boobs. Like, the boobs are the hard part. And your waistline. But that's also something, like, I think it's easier to look good in a dress than it is to look good in a suit, honestly. So, anyway, so I look good in it, and people notice. And then, I'm not sure, many of my family is weird, okay? And, you know, they came by, and my aunt and her son, my cousin, came over, and, kind of like, I wasn't sure how to do it, because I kind of, like, left myself. I wasn't going to go, it's like, hello, it's been a while. I'm a girl now. I am trans. My pronouns are she, her. My name is Kiara. You know, I wasn't going to do something stupid like that, right? So kind of like my go-to when I was essentially, like, saying hi to people I hadn't seen in a while was like, hey, it's good to see you. I probably look a little bit different, but, you know, kind of playing it off as funny or a little bit. I look a little different, you know. That's kind of how I did it, so kind of like playfully acknowledge that I look different without them having to say anything. And kind of do it in a playful way. But there were several very interesting things that happened. Watashi wa Kyo desu. Yeah, I'm super weeb mode. I'll just speak Japanese. So one was like, so my family's had enough time to get over it. My dad still doesn't like it. My mom is kind of whatever. My sister was complimenting my dress a lot. My brother did not say anything, though he usually does not compliment people. And my brother's now wife complimented the hell out of my dress and how I looked. So basically, so all of the girls were complimenting me, right? And the guys were being guys, as they do. But the two interesting thing that's happened the bride wasn't upstage. I will say, I think I was the best looking person on both days. So, the bridal outfit was fairly conservative, fairly basic, which is fine. It fit her. It was good for her. My dresses were probably fancier. But they didn't get the vibe of being upstage or anything. It's not like I wore white, you know. And people complimented me all the time. So I was like, I was gonna look fancy, you know. It's like, you know, I'm gonna wear a dress, and I don't think it was like over the top or anything. You heard boobs earlier? Yes. There are large balls of fats attached to my chest. Yes, they're called boobs. Anyway, boobs aside, the two interesting things that's happened is my other cousin, who I did not go to Japan. They're the Japan cousins and the not Japan cousin. He kind of like didn't talk to me much. Kind of acknowledged I was there, but you know, otherwise did not really say anything. But he wasn't really talking to anybody. He's a little awkward. But my aunt came by and was like, "Wow, you look stunning." And then I told her, I was like, "Yeah, you know, I was nervous," and I was like, I was nervous how everybody would react, and like she was like, "Oh yeah, it's hard," which means like she's still not on board with it. Like, it's hard, you know. It's like the same exact thing my mom said. But she could not acknowledge that I looked stunning with like my hair and with the dress and everything. So it was a very heartfelt compliment that I received, and then she also reassured me that, like, you know, they warned everybody else. It's like, don't start shit, you know. Here. So everybody got a primer that, hey, you know, Kiara is Kiara now, you know. So that way they weren't all completely shocked. So yeah, that was good. So she got a compliment, and then here's the strangest part. So going back to what I said about, you know, conservatives having their, you know, family above all else, and like, well, as soon as like they get firsthand experience with somebody, their views start to change. So my uncle. So this is my uncle. He is the one who has a pile of illegal firearms with serial numbers wiped off, hidden in the attic of his garage, polishes and packs his own ammo, like full, like, I mean, I'm talking like Phil's, like, yeah, is like, you know, spouting racist terminology left and right. It's like, oh, you know, it was like, whatever, you know, they used to call him this, but, you know, you can't do that anymore, you get canceled, you know, all that type of stuff. Yeah. I know it's legal to make your own ammo. Like, that's fine. It's just the fact that it's that coupled with like the huge selection of everything. And anyway, you know, a classic, liberals are the cause of every problem that exists, right? If there is some issue, then whoever the nearest liberal mayor or governor or senator or congressman or president or whatever, that's the problem. That is the source of the problem, and the Republicans will fix it. Always. This is the universal truth. It's Joe Biden's fault. Mayor Karen Bass should have been fired. Gavin Newsom is corrupt. Okay, well, I also do not like Gavin Newsom, but that besides the point. Besides the point, you know, so in general, people who are LGBT plus, you know, LGBT asterisk, all, you know, the all-encompassing, you're not straight, or you're not a cis straight person, okay? Anyone in that group, I would say, on average, tends to be quite progressive. Kind of because, like, if you're not, even if you don't care about any other issue, if you're not, you're literally voting for people to hate you, type of thing, and strive to take away your rights. So your hand is kind of forced there, regardless. So my uncle is, like, being extremely supportive of me. Like, comes up and is, like, super excited to talk. He's like, oh, yeah, we need to hang out more. And, like, you need to come up to Idaho and, like, do all this other stuff. And it's like, yeah, we need to come down here. It's like, super excited to see me, glowing. He was glowing at me. And then, like, so, and he starts talking to me. And then I realized, like, oh, you think I'm Republican. Because he was going through spouting all of the standard racist bullshit. The standard liberals are the problem. Like, and then, like, kind of, like, pat me on there. It's like, right. And it's like, I'm like, yep, sure. So, like, it's like, have you looked at me, Uncle? Uncle, have you looked at me? Do I look like the person who is going to be okay with this? This is why I was thinking, like, he must be thinking, like, I'm one of the good ones. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, the loyal Republican trans person. It's like, yeah, they totally exist. You're just like Caitlyn Jenner or something, right? Yeah. These are words I have made up, yeah. Yeah, he can't think of anything else, right? So it's interesting. And then the same guy, I'll jump ahead to day 2. At the dinner, he comes over to me and double checks and wants to make absolute certain that he has my name pronunciation right. Like, he cares about it. And this is the thing that blows my mind, is like, you know, so you have a guy who is so supportive of me, who wants to be around me, who wants to do stuff with me, wants to talk to me, make sure he gets my name right, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, how does this exist in the same brain that spouts all this other shit, right? Because I know before I entered the picture, no right, he was saying the same stuff about trans people, right? And that's what I think is like, dang, like it must be so compartmentalized for, like, you have one box for family, then one box for others. Family and friends in one box for the others, right? And, like, yeah, and like, you know, he was legitimately interested, legitimately supportive. Like, I don't think it was cynical. I don't think it was cope. Yeah. I don't think it was, Ting. I think it was just general niceness, and, like, yeah, it's strange. And I take it good. Like, I'm happy that they were supportive. And I think it shows, like, you know, at the very least, you know, I don't think the rest of their lives they're ever gonna vote not red. They're like, these people are red voters for life, no matter what. But I am hoping at the very least, you know, even if they're gonna vote for the politicians that will heck us over, they're not gonna be, like, out in public hating people like me. That's my hope. That's my bar for success. I think it's worked with my immediate family. I think it's starting to work with my cousins. So having that firsthand experience that, hey, these people are normal people. They're not weirdos. Like, just have fun. Anyway, so day 2. Hi, Angel. We're talking about wedding and life. So day 2 was the reception. This one I was more nervous for. Because there are a lot more people coming. And, you could always try to, no, that's not happening, Deb. They're talking about election fraud and how great they do Idaho. Like, oh yeah, Idaho, you gotta show your ID and do all of those stuff. No mail-in corrupt voting. That ain't happening. That's never gonna happen. So this is at a Fogo de Chao, which is a Brazilian steakhouse if you've never been, which is a good place because like everybody can get everything, and you know it's good for dietary restrictions and everything. Had my hair done up, and the hair looked really, really good. And yeah, I went to the meat dimension. Exactly. So I was nervous about this one as well because I was in helping set up, and my aunts come in and talk to me, and both the other aunt and uncle who were not there the previous time come up and talk to me, and independently. And my aunt complimented my appearance and asked about things, and then I kind of like jokingly muttered under the breath, "Yeah, I'm hoping nobody decides to start anything or whatever," because I was pretty nervous. And it's like, "Oh, yeah, no politics," or like, and then she comes up and wishes me, "Like, I take it you're not a fan of Trump," and I was like, and my answer to that, and I was like, it's kind of hard to be. It was like the softest way I could have said, "No, I hate that guy's guts." It's like, it's kind of hard to be a fan, is what I said. And she was like, "Oh, I see. All right, trying my best not to start anything." Yeah, so like, because like, if this was somewhere else, I probably would have started something more, but I'm not going to make a scene, and I didn't want them to make a scene. I did not want to make a scene and start shit at my brother's wedding, but she complimented me, and then my other there are a lot of cousins here. Okay, I have many cousins. My cousins go wide. One of them comes in a little bit late, and she comes over and talks to me, compliments my dress. One cousin says, like, you're the hottest person here. You're the best looking person here. Insert Final Fantasy VIII meme. Yeah, so it's like, no joke. Like, you have the most awesome dress here, and one of the coolest dresses I've seen. And no, but my other cousin comes over and was like complaining about her mom, saying, you shouldn't dress up, don't dress fancy, and all this stuff. And comes to me and is like, "You look awesome. I wish I could have done that," and like all this type of stuff going on. Then overall, like, so early on, like, I went and I gave people hugs, and there are some people who are a little, I could tell, I could read the vibes. They're slightly uncomfortable. A couple of the cousins, but nearly universally, all the girls in the family were all about it. Pretty much every single girl in my family, from my aunts down to the kids, were all fans. Okay. It was the guys who were a little bit more standoffish. A little bit. But two of them are like awkward anyway, and like, I don't know if they have Asperger's or something, but like just don't really socialize. And then the other two, by the end of the night, when we were all like outside the restaurant chatting for an hour, they were talking to me and doing stuff, and like people were asking questions and all this other things. Like, it was good. It was overall a positive experience, and I had a good time. I enjoyed my steak. I enjoyed my my cheese. They didn't bring out any cheese, Angel, so I special requested the cheese and honey. It was like, we gotta have the grilled cheese. Like, no one else had the grilled cheese. Like, you go try the grilled cheese. And everybody looked at it and like, I don't know about that grilled cheese. And then they tried it, and they were like, where have I spent all my life? I converted everybody to the grilled cheese fandom. That was it. So Yeah, I looked good. I looked amazing. My hairstylist was there, and I got compliments from her on my hair. Um, it worked out well. And then I got a text message. After day one, I got a text message from my cousins who messaged me and just like couldn't get over how amazing I looked. And how like the wind in my hair and the sparkles, and
Yeah.
they just they couldn't get over it. They really couldn't. So I think it was some legitimate impressed people there over what I was able to pull off.
Ara.
You wish you could see? Alright, here's my next topic. How much money should I charge to show you the pictures of me in this dress? I could probably DM you, Tank. You get to see him for free. You're my friend. Here, Tank. I'll send you a couple pictures, and you could. I want your honest opinion. These are not the professional photos. These are just I took a cell phone picture. All right, so Tank has not seen these before. All right, there. So Vooligen has seen it. Has seen one of them in person. I just sent Tank. Alta knows it's worth. All right, Tank is saying the pictures are worth. I will sell dress pics of me looking fancy to pay for Shiki. Oh, hi, Shiki. I'm gonna sell pictures of me in dresses to pay for your teeth. Shiki is right here, right now. Her appointment at the vet was on the 22nd. Hi, Shiki. Chad, you don't hate Shiki, do you? God, that is such a dick move, Halt. Chad, you don't hate Shiki. You'd give me thousands of dollars. Seabreast says, you, what? Are you saying you hate my cat? You hate animals? You want to kill Shiki? That's what you... Alright, Shiki. I need to feed her in about 15 minutes. Other wins that happened is my brother wanted me to take photos. He's like, you have a camera. You can take photos. And I was like, I don't want to take photos. I do not want to take photos. And I was like, come on, it'll be nice and easy. And then I was like, okay, I'll take photos, but only beforehand. They kept on scope creeping. I was like, ugh, god damn it. Anyway, Tank. Tank. Brace yourself. Get a beer ready, okay? Get a drink ready for this, Tank. You're gonna need it. They hired a photographer for the reception. A friend. Alright, hold drinking already. You may want to down the rest of the bottle. Just be careful. The photographer they hired comes. With no equipment. No lights. Just an iPhone. It was an iPhone. I warned you, Tank. Thank you, Zeeth. Yes. With an iPhone. How should they pay it? I don't know. I hope they didn't pay anything. But yeah. Yeah, phone pictures. Anyway, so my brother's now wife is Chinese. She's a Chinese immigrant. Which, oh, that was a whole thing. I had to correct my aunt because, like, oh, they're rushing to get married so that they could get citizenship and all this other stuff, or they're gonna get deported. That's why they're doing this stuff. And it's like, no, that is not why. I had to like correct them. Yeah, this is my family. Okay, as soon as it, yeah. Anyway, that aside, this is the type of people I'm dealing with. This is why I was so nervous. So anyway, I took photos, and I think they were fine. You know, I was like, I told him one thing. He was like, okay, if you want to do like couple photos, you need to location scout in advance with me. I want to know where we're going and when, and we'll pick it out the day before. So that's what we did. And well, they weren't talking to them directly. They were gossiping. This was the gossip with the other family members. He was like, oh, yeah, I heard this, I heard that. It's like, why are they doing this? You know? It wasn't like they ran to their face and said that. It's like, that was what they were talking to me. Because apparently I was the trusted person. Anyway. Now I'm blabbering about it all to you. So, clearly I can't keep my mouth shut. I just took some photos and like I was like, I'm not going to bring any equipment other than my camera. I'm not going to bring lights. I'm not going to bring reflectors. I don't want to deal with all this shit. I want to enjoy my time. Okay. I brought a tripod. That was it. But I took the photos, the couple photos, went to the beach. I got on like PCH. Took it all the way down to the Marina Del Rey, and then like there's like this really nice spot that has like some cliffs, and like we got into the beach and like took some nice wedding photos. Anyway, I took photos, did some very basic Lightroom, and they showed her parents who are in China. So she has no family here, and they're like, who did you hire to take these photos? Because they are incredible. Now, I don't think any photo I took I would describe as incredible. They're fine. They're very plain, two people embracing each other with varying backdrops. Yeah, my brother can drink. Yeah. They were very basic. Like, I got some fun stuff. I edited out some people in the background. You know, went to the beach, went to the cliffs, found like a little garden to take some photos in. Like, I wouldn't describe any of them as like standouts or crazy. Which I wasn't gonna do anything too crazy. The best picture I took of was a rabbit. You want to see the picture of the rabbit shot? This is the highlight of the photo shoot, okay? I'll show you. I'll show you the rabbit pic. Usagi-chan. See, where is it? Oh, let me rename this photo because it has docs information in the title. Raboot. Alright, are you ready for Raboots? Let me reset my matrix. Look at that Raboots. Aww, baby. Look at the cute bunny. This is the best picture I took. My favorite picture. I did include it in the package I sent to everybody. Should have charged chat for this pic too. Dang! I should have been like, chat, I'll show the bunny for $100 or something. Dang it, you're right. You're right, Chumpy. I'm a terrible streamer. If I'm not monetizing literally everything, what am I doing? All right. Anyway, Tank, I'm gonna message you a picture. All right. I want your professional opinion on some of these wedding photos. Okay. I want to say is like these pictures are quotes incredible. Okay. Quote incredible. I think they're very standard.
Thank you, Anya, for the $10 tip.
Anya. All right, see, Tank, like, I think they're pretty standard photos. Like, very, very standard. Like, I did not... And that's exactly what I wanted to... They're fine, yeah. Look, they're paying you in gift cards. They're paying me in gift cards, and, I told them I'm not going to bring any equipment or setups, and we had like 30 minutes to do it. Horizon Australia. I have a corrected one. I'm just sending you some examples. No, the Horizon got fixed. That suit was like $2,000. Fully custom made. But, you know, I don't know. I know, I noticed the collar. I noticed the collar. Now, if they hired a professional, they who knew what suits are supposed to look like, they probably.
Thank you, Shinobu Fujiko, for the $5 tip.
Shinobu, thank you for the $5. Yeah, so again, these were like, we got to get in and out and rush and move on. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Just don't expect anything amazing. Yes, Tank. What do you think? It fits her. Like, it's that's her. It fits her personality. I wasn't gonna wear white. I'm not gonna wear white to someone else's wedding. I'm not that big of a dick. Oh, on her. Yeah. No, both of them are very much... Neither of them, like, are big into, like, looks or fashion or anything. Very, very, like... Yeah, very practical focus. Very, like, no nonsense. No, they're not bougie. Very plain. Like, that's why they got married in a courthouse, right? It's very them. And it's good for them, because they didn't want to do all this other stuff. And collectively, they probably make 3 times as much money as I do. So, probably more. And so it's not like they can't afford stuff. You purchased the keychain bundle? Thank you, Ophelia. I appreciate it. But hey, you know, I was like, I don't care. Like, I don't care what other people do. I am very much like keep to myself. And I'm like, are they happy? Are they happy with what they did? That's all that matters. That's literally the only thing that matters. Congrats, thank you, Yone. Yes. It is me, I, who is now married. All right, no, I'm shitposting about this. I'm not sure who's being serious or who's being the grandma from that. I myself did not get married. This was not the Kiara wedding. I would have live streamed it for cash. Yeah. I am not married. My brother got married. Yep, and it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Like, I wasn't gonna judge, like, oh, you didn't do a fancy ceremony? There wasn't even a wedding cake. There was no wedding cake. There's no first dance. There's none of the standard stuff, right? And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Well, we had desserts at Fogo. So you had like the tres leches, the cheesecake, the creme brulee, you know, whatever desserts you had at Fogo. Yeah. That was perfectly fine. And it's like, okay, you know, weddings are stupid expensive, especially if you do them at like an actual event space. So yeah, saving all that money and spending it on a super nice honeymoon. I agree, you know. But they spent a lot of money for like the Fogo dinner, where they cared more about the food being good. Because like usually wedding food kind of sucks, especially if it's done like by some catering company. So the Fogo meal was fantastic. Yeah, it was so delicious. And it was paid for by her parents, so it was nice. We used that CCP money to buy our reception. Her parents are members of the CCP, but I think you always have to be, because you're not allowed to be anything else. Yeah, so it's like, you know, whatever. I like to joke about it, you know, as much as I kind of possibly can. Anyway, yeah, doing all this stuff plain, like, I'm fine. Like, all I care about is, like, are you happy with what you did? And they were very happy. And that's the only thing that matters. Yep. Hi, Shiki. Alright, chat, we have some ad stuff, like, I don't know what would be a reasonable amount to ask to show the wedding pictures. I don't know. I don't know what would be reasonable. I don't want to do it, like, too cheap for someone to snipe it, but... How much is Shiki's bill? It's going to be about $800. $1 million. 1K then? How about this, chat? For 1,000 bucks, I'm a VTuber. I can't make it cheap. $1,000. I will show dress number 1. $2,000. I will show dress number 2. And if you want to see the heels, 2,500 bucks. There you go. Otherwise, you're not getting the heels. I don't have those, Tank. All right, I'm gonna put a text on the bottom. Dress pick number 1, 1,000 bucks. I doubt this gets hit. But why not? Tank was impressed. Vooligen was impressed. Seems people in general were impressed with my fit. So, are you gonna include the current? What did something happen while I was gone? I guess I can do the $15 that we got from Shinobu and from Anya. There we go. I'll put $15. This is today only. This is today only. I'm not gonna run it out. I have charged for feet. I'm charging for feet and heels. And 2.5-inch stilettos. I did both. I wore everything that I bought. So I wore both dresses and both pairs of shoes. And the new bra. Everything. It all got used. You cried and cried? No, so... I forgot to mention this. Feeling your family, most people showed up looking like first communion or high school prom. Yeah. How do you get used to heels? All right, this is a funny story. So I... this is actually very, very funny because when I was shopping for shoes, Angel got me these giant shoes, and I stumbled for a second, then I could walk fine. Like after 10 seconds, right? Angel can confirm this. That I was walking in giant heels after like nothing. At at the wedding, my cousin was like, you walk better in those heels than like people have been doing it their whole life. How did you do it? How are you so good at it? Because they're talking about, I had the sway down, I had the hip sway down and everything. I was heckin' sexy. And it was like, how? And I could like jog in them. I could go upstairs. I had no problem. Yeah, basically that, Ophelia. Yeah, exactly that. And the reason I could do heels is like, if you, so like how do you walk? If you could describe your walk, what do? You put one foot in front of the other.
Thank you J__N_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D_D for the $25 tip.
Was that Jonas? Thank you for the $25 tips to the dress fund. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. J_I_. Oh, that was good. That was really good. So if you are walking like normal, you will walk and you'll put your heel down and then your toe down, and then you'll lift up your other leg, put your heel down, put your toe down. That's how you walk, right? And then heels are the opposite. If you're wearing heels, and this is why heels are hard, you can't walk heel-toe. You gotta walk toe-heel. So your toe goes down first, and then your heel. And then it's like it's a different gait. And that's why it's so hard, is because you literally have to change which muscles to use because you're walking toe first. So your toe goes down and do all that. Yeah. And you can do your whole foot, but it's harder to walk whole feet down than toe heel. But because my leg is messed up due to ankylosing spondylitis, a genetic disorder causing my hip to be all terrible, I've been walking toe first, literally, like practically my entire life. So like my default gait is I walk toe first and then heel because of the deformity I have. Like literally, it's more difficult for me to do heel first because of that. So because I've been doing that practically my whole life, putting on heels, my gait didn't have to change. All the muscles were already there. So I was just a natural at it. I could walk no problem. I didn't hurt. My calves did not hurt. My toes did not hurt. Nothing hurt. There were no aches, no pains, nothing. So yeah, for me, wearing heels is as natural as wearing regular shoes. The only awkward part is driving, because if you have a shoe with a large heel on, your pivot point is different when you're driving, and it can be a little bit awkward. Yeah. So I understand why people drive barefoot instead of putting on heels, but like, it's also hard for me to put on shoes because I can't bend. So I didn't want to take off the shoes and then have to get them on and cramp space at the place. Or somebody else had to put my shoe on. Yeah. Because when you're wearing heels, like they don't go on. You can't slip on heels. Like they have like a little strap that goes around your ankle that you have to do. You're supposed to ride a horse with heels, not drive a car. Ha 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 ha. Very funny. Anyway, so that's the wedding status. It was very successful. I looked amazing. I looked hot. I looked sexy. I was the envy of everybody. What about riding a man? That's too yabai. I'm not gonna do that on this channel. Head over to my OnlyFans right there. And you could give me money and see me wearing things that you've never seen me wear before. Wearing sexy things. Hello, hot, sexy Kiawa. That's me. Hot, sexy Kiawa. Yeah. We'll see if you all end up seeing the dress pic or not. I'm not gonna drag this out. It's literally a today or nothing. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say other than it was very successful, very validating, and it was very nice. I overall had a good time, and I came back smiling because I looked good. I looked damn good. You should give the dressmaker hookup to your family. These dresses were like $150 at a Dillard's tank. It's not like it's not like I went to some custom shop and got them done. I just got ones that fit me that I liked. The Kiara blue one was a little bit, that was over $200. But the sparkly one was like $150. Yeah. My shoes I got from DSW. Designer Shoe Warehouse. Spared no expense. Got both pairs for like, God, what was it, Angel? Like 30 bucks? 40 bucks for both pairs of shoes? Yeah. $30 for both pairs. You weren't mad, you were impressed. Should have been like 200. Well, we saw equivalent style shoes at the Dillards that they wanted like 150 bucks for. And I'm like, nah, it's expensive. That's really expensive. DSW though, it worked. I am thankful that I don't have to get shoes custom made because of big feet. I have a regular size foot. So, I just fit. Actual same brand. Yeah, I've not looked up the brand to see, like, what is and isn't expensive. Like, where do they get their stock from? Is it like, oh, these shoes just weren't popular enough, so, like, they got overstocked and DSW takes them? And they just sell them for cheap because, yeah. Anyway, it was totally worth. Totally worth. And now I've got 2 outfits I can take to concerts and shows and theater and anywhere I need to look fancy. Wear it to work? AKA just wear it around my house? My work is my house. Hi, Shiki. Shiki, do you want chat to give me $1,000 to pay for your medical and see a dress pic? Try to lower the price? No? I should increase the price? No, we're not going to increase the price, Shiki. $1,000 is $1,000. Show us, Shiki. I don't have the camera set up today. Oh, nice, Ophelia. Enjoy Distant Worlds. Always a good time. Most VTubers chat equals show feet. Kara chat equals show cat. Yeah, I can't show Shiki until her teeth cleaning is paid for. I'm sorry. That's how it is. That's how it's gonna have to be. So anyway, let's move the topic on. I don't think I have anything else to talk about for the wedding itself, other than I'll say it went better than I expected. I didn't expect to get as many compliments as I did, but I got many compliments, which always feels good. So now I'm gonna spend some time. It's June. It is Pride Month. And I was debating whether or not I wanted to talk about anything, because I've talked about stuff before, but like not too often. Prode Month. Happy Prode. Turns out all you had to do was slay. I did slay. Happy Prode. So I figured, like, okay, I can... After, like, seeing the positive reception to me and, like, you know, me being visible has, like, you know, changed people's opinions on things. I figured I could do some talking about it. But like I said, like, at the beginning of the month, for those of you who don't know, I am trans. Surprise. Surprise! I know. I doubt there's a single person here who did not know that. Type 1 if you did not know that, but I doubt that anybody here... Oh, please. There's type 1 if you did not know that. I know you all know it. Oh, Taos had no, yeah. So, and that's...
Why?
That's my ideal. That's what I want. I don't want, like, my ideal life is people don't know I'm trans. I'm just a girl. Like, that's it. I don't want people to associate me with it. Like, I don't want people to have, this person is trans. It's the first thing they see when they go see me. I don't want that. Certain people do. I don't want that. I've never wanted that. Like, it's so to the point, like, I do not stream with any LGBT tags. Hello, Jeffy. You know, I'll consider that $1 towards the dress pick. It's not just tips. It's like whatever, bit subs, same thing. We'll do it today only. So like I don't stream with like a pronoun tag on screen. I if I look in my description on, I think I put she, her in Blue Sky or whatever. Mainly not as like I want that there, more as like it's there to be in support of others and to normalize it, right? So like that's why I did. But I don't like put it as a tag. I don't put LGBT tags anywhere. I don't have like, oh, I am a trans speedrunner in my thing. I am a speedrunner. That's it, you know, or I am a streamer. I'm not a trans streamer. I'm just a streamer. So like I don't strongly identify with that. Like I understand like the I understand like, you know, there's a large sense of community and like, you know, identifying with that and like getting yourself in like, you know, trans friendly groups and socializing that way. And it's like I don't seek that out. You know, I naturally, like, I'm a VTuber, I'm a speedrunner.
Happy Prode Month, everyone.
Thanks, Jeffy. Appreciate it. Thanks for the 1,000 biddies. But yeah, it's like it's not something I seek out. It's not something I consider part of my identity as a person. But I treat trans people like anybody else. You know, if you know, I will hang out with people. Like it's not like I was like, oh, I'm not going to do this for fear of being associated with this group or being seen as this group. Like that's not it. I want to make sure it's not. It's just like I like being invisible. I want to be invisible. I want people to look at me and listen to me, and unless I outright tell them or whatever, they have literally zero idea. That is my goal as a person. Visible one day a year. Exactly. And I want to be clear, this is what I want. This is a goal for me. I don't want to speak for everybody because everybody wants something different for themselves. So I don't want this to be like belittling of people who want to be seen as very gay and very trans out in the open, wearing pride flag clothing and accessories with the trans pride flag on it. Big, like being very open like that. You know, the blahage and all this other stuff. Yeah, right. Streaming with the tags. That's fine. I think there's some people who associate more with the community than I do, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, there you go. It's like I don't have a flag emote of me waving any sort of flag, right? But I figured, like, so again, the ideal world, I think, is like the fact that someone is part of the LGBT community doesn't matter. It literally matters zero. But unfortunately, that's not what it is. So I wanted to talk a little bit today, especially after my experience at the wedding, to like kind of share like what have my
Thank you,
experiences
CodeSphere,
been.
for the $50 tip.
Oh, thank you so much for the $50 tip. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. So I have been out for 4 years now, and I don't want to talk about beforehand. There's a video out there you can watch if you want to know all that stuff. What I want to focus on is like, what has my experience been over the last 4 years of doing stuff? How has it changed? How has it improved? What are some of the common things that people see, that people experience? So I don't really have like a script or anything. I'm writing down a couple things right now. I want to kind of cover about how it's changed, and what my general experience has been, with different things. So let me just write down a couple things here. Yeah, I don't. This is just literally like flow of consciousness type thing. So obviously, you know, like the initial time of like letting it be known, letting it be public, the biggest surprise ever, as it surprised like nobody, except my family. So we'll talk about that first. But it's pretty difficult. I was scared. My family took it hard. But over the last 4 years, either they've bottled it up, they still don't like it, but they've kind of bottled it up, and are like, okay, this is it now. So we've gone from 2022, where they're crying and sad and refusing to use my name, to now they all use my name. They acknowledge the girly stuff I do. They buy me girl clothes. They're kind of like begrudgingly on board with everything. So that's like been a huge benefit. But you know, let's talk about like the medical stuff. So you know, I've been on HRT for 4 years. So that's you know, usually take a T blocker and a estrogen substitute, or estrogen supplements or whatever that you get. And that's like the general thing. Some people get progesterone, but like it's really just like an ET balance. We already talked about dresses, Tsubasa. And chat's demanding the dress pick, so I'm charging $1,000 for them. For one pick, and then you got to pay more for picks 2 and show feet. It's not a phase. I won't grow out of it. No. So a lot of people, and I'm going to be as straightforward and honest as I can. A lot of people, I think, expect too much out of HRT. HRT is not going to transform you. It's not something that is going to, like, over the course of years, like, completely do everything. I would describe HRT's effects as a lot more subtle than most people, it's like, people call them like, tit tacs and, antihistamines, like, which is really funny. But the overall effect they have on you, I think, is pretty minor. The biggest ones is like boob growth. I got some boobs out of it. The size varies drastically. But I don't like calling it too much because like it's very like trans goes both ways, and I feel trans mask direction gets extremely underrepresented for whatever reason, at least in the circles I've been. So I want to be more inclusive there. I want to come up with some HRT for the reverse. Like, yeah, what would be some good ones going from fem to mask? MTF or FTM. We need to come up with some good ones. Medicus. Yeah, we need more stuff like that. Yeah, going back to work. Anyway, so what it has done for me is I have gotten some boobs. They're small. They're there. I would like more, but, they're there. They're present. My skin has gotten softer. And my cheeks filled out. The biggest thing in my face is, like, it gave me a lot of fat on my cheeks. It's giving me a little bit more thigh fat. So it's made my thighs bigger. But it's all very subtle. My shoe size shrunk by about two full sizes. And I lost about half an inch to an inch in height. That is what has happened to me. But overall, like, all of these changes, like, it's happened, but they're subtle. To the point where, like, if I like did an effort to make my hair look exactly the same as before, wear the exact same clothes as before, and you look at me side by side, you may notice subtle differences, but you're gonna look the same. I'm gonna look the same. And I feel like a lot of people will do like before and after photos of like, oh, here is me before HRT. Here's me after 3 years HRT. And then like the before pic is like a sad cell phone picture, looking meager in the bathroom mirror, right? Because like obviously you're not happy. Of course you're not happy about your appearance. You're not going to take photos that look nice. And then you'll show the 3 years after HRT, and it's like a professionally done photo. You have all your makeup on, your hair is done, and like look how girly HRT made me. It's like, oh, I don't like those because I feel it does a disservice for expectation of what it actually does to you. Because the people taking the before and after, where the after is like super done up makeup wise, you're obscuring the actual changes under makeup and everything. So like it's a more honest way to do it is you just show no makeup, don't do anything fancy with the hair, same pose, same everything, and like you can see what differences are. And usually it's going to be a lot more minor. But also see it's like before after is like, oh, look what HRT did. And it's like you also got a nose job. Like, and like, so I'm happy that they're happy. I don't like that, like presenting it that this is what you can expect. I'm trying to be as realistic as possible for what is. Yeah, pay up for the dress. It's like I've been on it. People also expect like have told me that they're like emotional changes, where It's like, okay, you know, I'm feeling more emotional on E, or I'm feeling less aggressive, or I cry a lot more, or I have other things. And like, I will say, I have also, that is not something I have ever experienced. So I feel my brain behaves exactly the same as it always has. I have not had any sort of change emotionally that I'm aware of. I still play Protoss. I jokingly, whenever I cry at things, I jokingly blame E. I don't actually blame E. It's like, oh, it must be the E. I don't actually blame it. So, but I've joked about it several times while she was like, oh, you know, I'm crying, you know, Alfie, no. Must be the E. Yeah, I feel like, for me, I've gotten a lot of happiness out of it. I don't think that was hormone related. I think it was more just like, yo, Anya, thanks for gifting the sub to Creelia. We'll add some on top of the. I think it's more like, okay, I am out. I'm happy. I'm allowed to be happy because I don't have to bottle this up anymore, right? So that's where a lot of the elation comes from. So, and it's different for everybody. That's why I wanted to share what my experience has been in the last 4 years. It's different for everybody. Like, everybody's going to react differently to everything. Like, I am one person. I'm not trying to speak with authority for this. I'm just trying to give y'all, here is what happened with me. So yeah, HRT has been like, it's basically like a vitamin I take in the morning is all it is. I barely notice anything. What I do recommend people is like, listen to your doctor. I see so much misinformation out there of like, you know, sometimes people will want to self-medicate because they can't get it done officially. You know, like, okay, you know, you need to, and there are people out there like, you need to pump as much E as possible into your body to get bigger boobs or something like that. It's like, oh, you know, take it and dissolve it under your tongue because it affects the absorption more. You're going to get more E, and more E equals more boobs. And like, that's not true. That's not how it works. There are different ways to take your medicine. And the important thing is to take it as prescribed. Because there's like, the dosage changes if you do it sublingually, which some medication is designed to be taken that way. Or if you have an injection, or if you have a patch, or you're just swallowing a pill, or whatever, you know, the dosages are designed around that. So if you're described like 2 pills a day, and they're just designed to be swallowed and not put under the tongue, and you put them under the tongue, that's going to mess you up over time. Because like, it's not some magic, like you want to max your E stat to get bigger boobs, because that's not how the body works, you know. The goal is to get your hormone levels to be in line with what a cis female hormones would be. That's the goal of the HRT, is to put you into that bin. I just swallow them, because my prescription is just swallow them. No, I do not put it under the tongue. No. But it's like, you know, listen to the actual medical experts. And like, I know that a lot of people don't have access to stuff, but like, you know, this is why there needs to be more awareness on this subject. This is why there needs to be, like, trans healthcare is important. Well, okay, Vula, listen. That's unrelated. That is an unrelated problem, okay? I do currently have a working throat. gosh, taking these trays, my goodness. So yeah, like, there's a lot of literature out there that isn't, you go listen to a random person on Reddit that knows better than the medical professionals. But, like, this is also an important reason why, like, I also get it. Like, if you live in, like, friggin' Florida, there's a chance you don't have access to a doctor that can perform trans healthcare, right? So you're kind of being forced out to doing this stuff, and it can be dangerous. It could be dangerous. You can, like, you're not going to have, like, stuff helping you and knowing what you're doing, right? It's like, that's why you need healthcare to be legally provided so that the people can get the help that they need, so that they don't do stuff that's dangerous, right? That's why it's so goddamn important, and why people like glossing over it and it's like, ah, you know, whatever. Is like, get out of here. This is why. Because, like, you're regardless of what you try to legislate, trans people are going to be trans people, and they're going to do what they need to do. And it's like, you know, by literally not supporting it, it's just making life even more dangerous. Like, anyway, that's a whole thing. So, yeah, that's basically been my entire, without going into too much detail on certain functionality of the human body, that's basically been what HRT has done for me. So I say pretty minor. Like, I'm getting some of the benefits, but, like, you know, relatively small impact overall, especially to my appearance. So how have things changed regarding public perception of me? So when I started, my hair was very short, probably half an inch. And I've been growing my hair out for 4 years now. So it's very, I mean, you can see how long it is. Look at that. Look at that ponytail. Look how long and lush it is. So while my hair was short, the cargo shorts era is gone. Yeah. Well, Tank, you know what? The reason I wore those is because that's what I had, and I didn't want to buy any more guy clothes ever, because I hated guy clothes. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, no cargo shorts. No, I don't like them. So when I first started out, like, I wasn't like wearing super girly stuff out in public. And like there were a couple moments, like when I was in England, I wore a couple pretty gay things. I wore a dress one day, and like in hindsight, like, it was pretty cringy. Didn't look great on me. It's just like, okay, you know, I'm just out for the first time ever. Let me just experiment with stuff. And I quickly realized, like, that it wasn't for me. Like, I'm never gonna be the type of person that just wears dresses day to day or anything. Because, like, a common thing that happens with trans people, and this happens to everybody, is like, you're living so much of your life, and you a lot of times, by the time people are old enough to not care and just like, okay, this is me now, you're kind of outside of school, you're outside of high school, so you completely miss all of growing up as the gender you want to be, right? So you never got to experience school or proms or date nights or literally anything with girlfriends or whatever. You just don't have that. You don't have, like, you know, a sister or a friends. You're going to the mall and you're doing makeup together. That doesn't exist. You missed out on all of that for who knows how many years, right? So you kind of like, okay, you know, I'm sick of this. Let's do it. And then you're kind of like, okay, I got to make up for lost time. You know, there's an urge that you have to make up for lost time. And no, so a lot of times what I see people do is they go for a hyper feminine look. So like very frilly dresses, poofy dresses, I call them like Victorian era dresses, you know, that are like, you know, a lot of riffles and very cutesy fashion. Or they'll go the opposite side, go like, the full goth. They get like a choker and like, the combat boots and fishnets and, studded belts, that Hot Topic style type thing. Green makeup. And you go like very, 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 very alternative, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. I've worn some fishnets before. And like that's something I didn't want to do. Because again, I want to be invisible. And a lot of times that hyper feminine look kind of like it'll make you stick out in public, like, because it's not something people typically wear. And even though they're a hyper feminine look, like it draws attention, a lot of attention, and that's attention I've never wanted. And I also don't think I look good in frilly stuff, in super frilly dresses and everything. I like the more elegant look, for lack of a better term, the sleeker look versus like the very frilly, puffy, poofy look. Yeah, very elegant. Yeah. So I like many people upon coming out for the first time, and it's probably lasted, I would say, about a year until my hair started to grow a little bit. Was I would always get misgendered, and I never bothered correcting it in public. Yo, Klaus, thank you for gifting the sub to David. So I got misgendered for about a year. I blame it. I think largely as a result of my hair being short, and I didn't dress like hyper feminine or anything. It took like probably 1 year for me to start transitioning my wardrobe from like guy clothes to girl clothes. It was like a steady thing. It wasn't like, all right, day one I do this, then day two I throw everything out and we do all that. So like I got some like exercise shorts, some basic things, just stuff that was easy to wear, that like did not require me to like wear like skin tight pants or like a what are those like a push-up bra or anything like that, so like to level up my size and everything. Yeah, so as my hair got longer, that's when even without makeup and even with more androgynous clothes, after about a year of growing my hair out, it turned into the majority of people that I would encounter in public gendering me correctly, regardless of what I was wearing. Like, so I didn't have to overdo makeup. I didn't have to have a purse on me. It was just I have long hair that's combed, and I would get gendered correctly. So for me, thankfully, it was quite easy to just not have to worry about that too much. Now, inside, I'm still terrified. Because like it felt still, and still to this day feels like almost like I'm wearing a disguise, and like is the disguise gonna break? And I don't know. But like probably the past 2 years, I'm not sure if I've been misgendered once in over 2 years. Yeah. It's like after year one, it was mostly that way. Year two is when like it was kind of like a progressive getting better. And then year three and year four and like now, I feel pretty confident going into bathrooms, going into women's spaces without being looked at. Yeah, I don't consider like you guys to be a gendered term. I consider that a gender neutral term. Like, what's up, guys? Yeah, that is, for me, that is a gender neutral term, and my perception of it. I'm perfectly fine with it. Yeah, if people want to say, it's like, what's up, guys? I'm fine with it. Yeah, I was like, hey, dude. Dude is also gender neutral. It's like, hey, dude. Yeah, that is also a gender neutral term. So, yeah, and there's been like a couple things that I believe have helped me significantly. Because, yeah, I want to share my experience and how this has been for me. Is I have a fairly feminine jawline. So my jaw shape is like very oval. And as a result of that, it gets red. Good luck, man. No, I would not consider that a gender neutral sentence. No. Oh man, that's gender neutral. Yeah. Yeah, I would not say good luck, man is a gender neutral term. So, where was I? Yeah, so I got a jawline that is very beneficial to everything. And like with the cheeks filling out, that my face reads quite feminine most of the time. Coupled with everything else, usually I'm not gonna get misgendered at all. To the point I'm talking to like my doctor, and it's like, yeah, you don't get misgendered much, do you? And I was like, no, I don't. So yeah, I have never encountered a situation where I would consider that gender neutral. Yeah. So a couple other things that have benefited me is like my shoulders are not super broad. So I got like a good inverse triangle shape. And like that gives me a relatively good waist. If I accentuate it enough, like in my dresses, which you can see if you give me more money. I do not have a visual Adam's apple. I never have. So that does not stick out. My neck is relatively slender. So it works out. My eyes are a good shape. So there's like a lot of things there that I got going for me. I got very long legs. So the result of all this is like I got somewhat lucky on the appearance front of like it's a lot easier for me to pass. So and it's not easy for everybody. No. There are some people who have like, you know, very masculine jaw shapes that are tough to get around. Or like a very like just like a very masculine like nose, forehead, you know, what have you. And everybody's different, and it also comes into the idea of like, what is feminine? What is attractive? You know, if you're gonna go through operations and surgeries to make yourself more feminine, like, how do you define that? Right? Like, what are the characteristics? And like, there's some like typical trends, but there are cis women who have masculine jaws, who have broad shoulders, who have no hourglass shape. So it's like, you know, what is your goal there? Who don't have the button nose, you know? It's like, I feel a lot of people get like that K-pop idol look into their brain. It's like, this is the ideal woman, and we want to go in that direction. when there's so many different body types out there of what people want. And ultimately, like, what you're going for is up to you. Like, it's all that. But I probably will guarantee if I cut my hair short, I'd probably get misgendered again. I think the hair is doing a lot of heavy lifting for me, because my hair looks damn good. But if I gave myself a pixie cut, I'd probably get misgendered all the time. So that'll bring me up to, it's like public perception of me has been pretty good. I went to an onsen in Japan where like you're literally naked, and no one batted an eye, which was extremely validating for me. Yeah, my family has been treating me well. Servers, like my favorite, a couple of my favorite scenarios that happened is I was having dinner with Angel at an Italian restaurant, and the server thought that I was Angel's date and presented Angel the check to pay for my meal, because Angel was treating his date to a nice white tablecloth Italian meal. And of course, Angel paid. Thank you, Angel. Thank you, Angel, for the meal. It was awesome. I love the date. My gosh, yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah. Overall, I am mostly happy to yeah, Angel paid for the meal. Yeah. I am mostly happy with how I am perceived by others. I get a lot of compliments on my voice. I've had situations where I call somebody on a phone without my name, without any prior information, and on my voice alone, I get missed. Like, someone will say, "Ah, yes, miss," right away, miss. But I'll go into body dysmorphia. So a big thing that trans people go through is body dysmorphia. If you don't know what that is, that means you look at yourself with disgust, or there's some like that negative emotional reaction to how you look, and this is independent of how others see you, right? So I would say, like, others see me as very feminine, very girly, and I never get misgendered even with strangers. Even in the heart of Texas, it doesn't happen. You know, like, all those people is like, "Oh, we can always tell." And there you go. Yeah, and body dysmorphia is not unique to trans people. How many people, like, you know, go, like, I know, I have many friends who hate their nose and go get a nose job, get, like, cosmetic filler for their eyes, take Botox. There's a lot of body modification going on that's ununique to trans people. Like, but for me, you know, I look at myself in the mirror, and some days I'm like, wow, I look really cute. And then other days is like, wow, I look terrible. And it alternates between the two, even though nothing has changed. It's just like, you know, sometimes, just like, some days it feels bad, some days it feels good. I also hate my side profile. So if I look at me from the side, I feel a pit in my stomach of, wow, that's what I look like from the side. Like, that's gross. That's disgusting. So for me, like, the things that I see is, like, I don't like my forehead. I don't like my nose. Even though, like, my shoulders are not broad in the broadest sense, I still feel they are too broad. I don't like my height. I don't like my waist. There's a lot of stuff that I don't like. And I don't like my voice. I hate my voice a lot. Even though I've gotten several compliments on my voice. This is why, like, you know, public perception is very different than your internal view. Like, I hear my voice and I was like, wow, that voice is so masculine. That voice is so boyish. and like how can I not have that voice? How can I make it so my voice is more girly? And that is one thing I wanted to avoid a lot. Is there's a lot of trans people who choose to just elevate their pitch no matter what. And they talk like this. Hi, it's me, Kiara. Hello, everybody. Hi. Hi, Subasa. Hi, Asuma. Hi, Jonid. Hi, Taros. And it kind of makes you sound like Minnie Mouse or something really... It doesn't sound right to me. And so I don't want to do that style of voice because I think it just sounds unnatural. No one really talks like that normally. So exactly, Alta. Yeah. So
Cringe. There's no other word for it. This makes me cringe. It's embarrassing.
Hi, Shiki. Shiki, we got $100 towards your dental procedure. Yeah. Your teeth are gonna be so clean, Shiki. Maybe you'll stop chewing my Switch. Yeah. Hi, Shiki.
Oishikanare, muy cute.
Yeah, so I didn't want to put on that overly elevated voice of like, oh, I need to pitch up my voice and do everything. So my voice has definitely changed. I have showed people what my old voice sounded like, and people were like, what? What? You sounded like that? I even surprised myself because like this wasn't... Most of the change in my voice has been subconscious, like not a solid effort. I put in some efforts into different things. But I played some of my old voice, I'm like, that's me? Oh my god. I can't believe it that that's me. My voice sounded extremely deep before. Way deeper than now. Like I can bring up the example. Let me see if I have it on my... Let me see if I have it. I'll show... So like many people complain about your voice. Let me show you what my voice used to sound like. And through no surgery, I've had no vocal surgery, no vocal fold stuff. And vocal surgery is not going to change your voice. Like, it's going to prevent you from going low. But your voice is still going to be your voice. Let me see. All right. This is the clip I printed out. So here is Kiara circa 2019. Okay? I'm going to play a voice clip of Kiara circa 2019.
So we got to move this around.
Oh, let me...
Look at this. Look at this angle. You're seeing the monitor. It's coming up. And then now it's twisting around slowly. There we go. Perfect. Good enough. Almost forgot. Then the sellout bar, as I'm going to call it. We'll have to actually read the quest. See where things are. But hit level 16 in about 3.5 hours. It seems pretty dang fast. But I'm sure it's going to be slowing down a little bit.
All right, that is my original voice, circa 2019, 5 years ago. How did you do that? That was FF14. That was like part 2, part 3 of FF14, something like that. Yeah. One of the early parts of ARR. Practice and resonance. Oh, 7 years ago, whatever. Yeah, it's not 2024 anymore. Yeah, like, I'm still me. I'm still very much me. My voice cadence has not changed much outside of me becoming a more experienced public speaker and being able to voice my thoughts more clearly, but ultimately I'm still me. Yeah, people have been following me my entire FF14 playthrough, and it's cute. Seeing all the people. yeah, so like there are things you can do, and like I'm never gonna sound like a super moe anime girl ever. I kind of wish I could. But realistically, that's never going to be an option for me. Like my voice is still on the lower end of the feminine register of what this is. Yeah, there's different things that are easier for different directions, like female to male or femme to masc, if you prefer it that way. You get your voice changes for free. Yeah, testosterone will change your vocal cord and you'll get a deep voice. But it's not going to take your boobs away. So typically you're going to have to do a breast removal. And then also making a dick is a lot more difficult than making a vagina. And you'll also never be able to replicate the way a dick works, right? It won't go up on its own, so to speak. But there are other things that can be done there. So that's and then also like on average, girls are going to be shorter than guys. That's just like a nigh universal truth in humanity. There's some minor sexual dimorphism that happens. Skeletons are generally different. The way the pelvis is shaped is generally different. However, I feel while there is a lot of like desire to be a tall man, I feel being a short guy is less noticeable and sticks out less than being a very tall, like 6'5" girl. You know? So there, because like it's kind of like more extreme. Yeah, I don't know. You also, being on T also generates facial hair. Though usually, I rarely see it where like you get like a full ass beard. Usually you'll get some stubble and like kind of like a patchy beard, but like, you know, your full lumberjack is a little bit more difficult to accomplish. And like everybody's different. You know, obviously, I haven't gone through it. I had practically no hair. So this is another thing that I was extremely lucky about is my body hair is largely non-existent. Including up on the face. Yo! Blue Undertones, thanks for the 13 months. We'll add that to the dress pic. Before you show a picture, people are like, you want me that? Yeah, exactly. The need to shave is a blight. Yeah. Yeah, so like I've not really had to shave much ever. Thankfully. Even before getting electrolysis on my face, like I barely had to do anything. Nothing. I never grew anything on my cheeks or my neck. My back, my butt, my chest. The only thing slight hair are my legs, and I got all that taken out. So. And that's not even like a gender specific thing. Girls also have hairy legs. They just shave them. It's just more common for girls to shave their legs. No girl just like doesn't have body hair at all. So. But it's more common on legs and arms, not chest and back. So. Yeah, so I've had a lot of good things going through, but that still has not made me happy with the way I look. Like I still get self-conscious about my appearance. I still don't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. And it sucks. Like I feel it is very common for people to want what they don't have. I want to be shorter. Other people want to be taller. I want to be a girl. Other people want to be a guy. You know, and you kind of just like the cards you were dealt that you had no control over did not give you a hand that you wanted. And you kind of just got to deal with it and find some way to accept it. But, you know, it's a tough thing to deal with. And, like, I'm probably going to be dealing with my whole life. I'll probably, no matter what plastic surgery I ever end up getting or whatever, like, I'm probably never going to be happy, like, fully, completely satisfied with how I look. I'm just going to have to, like, okay, you know, I'm not happy with it, but I'm going to have to be okay with that. Because, like, ultimately, you know, you only got so many years. You know, you want to enjoy them. You know, try not to be, you know, miserable all the time. You know, get out and have fun, enjoy it. You know, heck other people. And that's largely, like, how it's taken me a while to get there, but, like, you know, between, like, finally going public, it's like, I'm so sick and tired of putting on a face to make other people happy. And it's like, no, bitch, I want to be happy. Heck you. I'm going to do what makes me happy. I'm tired of pleasing others. I'm going to make me happy. And that's kind of been, like, the story of Kiara the last 2 years, is going down that arc of I'm just going to make me happy. Heck, you know, standards and what you expect out of me and all this other stuff. I'm gonna make sure I'm happy. I'm tired of not enjoying myself. I do have a hard time saying no to people. It sucks. I don't like people saying you can't do this. So I try to find softer ways of doing it. Hot girl Kiara years, yeah. Too bad y'all ain't gonna see the dress pic. It's too bad. It's just too bad. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of been how the last couple years have gone. Overall, like, I think my goal of being invisible has worked quite well. For the most part, so I'm hitting that goal of, like, you know, people just see me as a girl. That I do not want to be viewed as trans. I am trans. I do not want to have people say it's like, hello, that is Kiara. She is a trans girl. I want it to be, hello, that is Kiara. She is a girl. That's it. That's my goal in life. Isn't that the point? Not for everybody. That is not the point for everybody. That is the point for me. She buys Skebs. I'm on Skeb cooldown. I'm still broke. I got a $6,000 credit card bill to pay at the end of the month. In 10 days, I gotta pay it. Or wait, no, 13 days, I gotta pay it. Yeah. So that's my advice to people. HRT is not magic that people say it is. You'll have varying amounts of benefits very slowly over the course of several years. Most of the changes will tend to be subtle. There are many things beyond your control, but you can do things to help make your life better. Get what you want. Anything else I want to talk about? Yeah, that's largely it. Yeah. So I get largely validated when people do stereotypical girl things to me, like asking about my boyfriend or my husband or what I want in my kids. You know, talking about, you know, the possibility of having kids and if you want to. You know, that type of thing. I have been called the C word. I have been called a dumb bitch. I have been called a stupid bitch. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, you're a dick, but, you know, I'll smile a little bit inside because I don't give a shit what you think, but I'm happy that you're gendering me correctly. So at least you're using the correct insults. You know? It's like, you bastard! And then, like, the bad guy whispers over, like, no, sorry. You bitch! The emotion has not changed, but you're using the correct language terminology. I get a kick out of that. All that stuff. So... yeah, I think that's my last 4 years experience crammed into an hour. Do y'all have any questions for me? Again, I don't talk about this often. Maybe like once a year I'll talk about it. Because I prefer not to bring it up and be invisible most of the time. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to discuss any potential surgeries. Supposedly the C word is just hello in Australia. The C word is very common in Australia, but it's extremely offensive elsewhere, so I try not to say it. Experience Bij? What is Bij? Bij? Okay, what is Bij? It's Klingon? Of course. That is such a nerd term right there. Anyway, yeah, any other stuff? You can't get electrolysis because your pain tolerance is too low. Electrolysis is extremely expensive. I have had electrolysis. And I want you to keep in mind, okay, Tank can vouch for me. I had, like, nothing growing on my face. It will run you a varying amount. I could tell you exactly how much I paid. I pay about $115 for a 1 hour session. A 1 hour session. Let me get the calculator out. I did this 1 hour session once a week for 2 years. So about 100. So that's about... It wasn't all strictly face, like I did other things. So I would estimate to remove all the stuff on my face permanently cost me about $5,000 to $6,000 total. That's over the course of years. And it will take you years, because the way hair grows is there's different phases of hair growth. There's like the new hairs. There's a specific term for it, I forget. There's new hairs and there's old hairs. The new hairs are ones that have just sprouted from the root and they're going in, And then the old hairs are ones where they're going to come out on their own. They're going to fall out on their own, and then a new one's going to crop up behind it. You can only permanently remove when it's in that phase of new hair. And your hair rotates, so it could take up to 2 years just for every pore on your face that has hair in it to go into that hair phase where it can be removed. That's why you got to do it like frequently over a long period of time to make sure you hit that. And oftentimes it takes several zaps to get each one to be gone. So the amount it costs varies depending on your hair density. And it's like, I was not dense, and it took me that long. There are some people where it takes 5+ years to get all of their facial hair out. So the difference is the difference between them, and like, so like laser is not permanent. You can get laser hair removal, but it will come back eventually, because it's not killing the hair follicle. Electrolysis is the only thing that kills the hair follicle. It's like, what I give it is like what's the way I could do it using natural disasters? Okay, like a laser hair removal is like a tsunami, where it'll come in, it'll wash everything away, it'll remove everything, it'll level the grounds, but after a couple years, life will return. You know, the trees will return, the grass will return. Electrolysis is like you're blasting it with a dirty nuclear bomb that lays waste to everything in the region where no life can ever return. That's the difference. So some people can be happy with the laser. Laser is undoubtedly cheaper, and your results will vary. But typically, like, you have to retreat laser like every 6 months forever. Because if you stop doing it after a couple years, regardless of hormones, after a couple years, it will come back. Yeah. Yeah, so laser is not permanent. And the technology will never be permanent. No. That's just the way it is. Now, it may reduce your density, but, like, yeah, it's just going to come back. It will, with regular treatments. Like, if you go in and get it, like, once every 6 months or once a year or something, then, you know, in the short term, it's probably cheaper than electrolysis. I went the nuclear option because I didn't want to mess with it. Best decision I've ever made. I got rid of all my facial hair. I got rid of all of my underarm hair. What little body hair I did have, all gone. Because I don't like shaving. Yeah, electrolysis is the nuclear option. The nuclear option is a phrase of the most extreme, surefire solution, right? You want nothing left. You want to ensure victory. You use the nuclear option. You blast everything, right? It's like a joke, like, oh, there's a spider in the house. Better nuke it from orbit. The nuclear option. Yeah. It's a phrase of extreme. It's the best way I can describe it. Yeah. Electrolysis also is super painful compared to laser. Laser, like, you get a little burn. Electrolysis is like they have to take a little tiny needle and stab and fire electrical current through every single pore that has hair in it. Every single one. And then pull out the hair. It's not pleasant. And it will never be pleasant. One at a time. One by one. That's why it takes so long. Now, you could put, like, lidocaine cream on. I highly recommend to anybody who does it. Don't raw dog it. Don't raw dog the electrolysis. Put on lidocaine cream. Well, it's some topical numbing cream that will make it significantly more bearable. Especially, and I'll say from my experience with electrolysis, the most painful locations are the upper lip, and especially by the nose, where the nostrils are, is the worst spot ever. Around the tummy, like around the belly button, and behind the knee, like the back of your knee, as well as rotating not the knee itself, but like the outside sides of your knee area. Then the ankles. It's like anywhere where it's a little bit more bony, is a lot more painful. Thighs are very easy. Chin and cheeks I thought were very easy. I didn't need to put any lidocaine cream on. Yeah. Underarms was very pain-free. I didn't have too much problem there. Yeah, so I typically put the lidocaine cream on for tummy, when I was doing face, upper lip, and then behind the knees. Around the knee area. That's been my experience. Altogether, I have probably spent about $20,000 on electrolysis. Over the course of approximately 5 years. I would estimate. Basically a new car. And it will never be covered by insurance. So as an elective cosmetic procedure, your insurance will not pay for it in the United States. I don't know how it works for in Europe and Canada, but that is something that you gotta foot the bill on your own, which is partly why it's so expensive. Oregon pays for it, all of it, or extremely specific limited cases of it. So you can go get electrolysis on your legs and they'll pay for it. I am very doubtful. I am very doubtful. They most likely have it limited to certain regions. Surgery prep regions and face, I doubt they do it anywhere else. And realistically, you need to go probably once every 2 weeks. And it depends. It varies a lot. It varies a lot based off of location. The place I could go to was $115 for 1 hour. And realistically, it would take like 10 to 12 hours to clear a face. Which is what you need to do so that way when new hair crops up, you hit the new stuff so you're not wasting time. If you only do it like once a month, then you're not going to be able to clear the face in time. And you're going to be wasting a lot of time hitting old hairs and not new stuff. Yeah. But whenever you talk to the electrolysis person, they will recommend a treatment plan and what needs to be done. For me, I had to come in like every 2 weeks initially to make sure we got the initial clear. And then after that, it was like I was able to go in like for that part, like every week, every 3 weeks or whatever, and hit the new stuff while it's still new. That's the important part. Isn't that right, Shiki? Isn't that right? Right? Yep. All right, Shiki, off the table. Down you go. There is glitter from my dresses all over the place. Electrolysis sounds like it's just condensing all your life shaving into those moments, but more. Yeah. If you average, Alta, how often do you shave? How long do you shave? Is shaving something people do daily? 10 minutes a day? Five, 10 minutes a day? Every 2 to 3 days? Yours just grows slowly. Takes about 3 minutes. Alright, so assuming you shave daily, you do 3 minutes a day. That'd mean like one electrolysis session would be about 20 days of shaving. So if I've done a 100 sessions-ish to completely clear my facial hair out, that'd be equivalent to 2,000, about 5.5 years of shaving. I got quite a few lives left. I got quite a few years beyond me, so it's gonna be a lot. So it'll cover itself time-wise in like 3.5 years. So I've already gotten way more out of it. But what electrolysis does is, since you're not irritating your skin with shaving, your face will feel a lot softer. And honestly, I think that's probably another reason why I get gendered correctly all the time. Is like, no matter how good your shave is, your shave can be perfect. You go to a barber and get it done, you will still see where the shave was. You'll still see the hair in there, right? It's going to be a different color because you got the little hairs in there, right? Unless like your hair is very light, like you're blonde or something. But if you have like dark brown hair, you're going to see the shave line always, no matter how perfect it is. So when you do electrolysis, that's gone. So people don't see that. And that's probably another reason. Like my face looks very smooth. So it contributes to the more feminine appearance versus having like a visible stubble and all that. Especially if your hair grows faster, like you shave in the morning and you got stubble by the afternoon, then that could do a lot on appearance. Anyway, there's electrolysis. My experience with electrolysis. It's expensive. It's time consuming. It is one of the best decisions I have ever made. So I am extremely happy with the results. Like, incredibly happy. Like, as happy as I possibly could get out of it. Like, it was worth every cent, I will say. Any other questions you'd like to ask me? Well, you can ask Kiara about trans things. Because I probably won't discuss it until next year. Now's your chance to ask me anything. Happy Pride Month, everybody. I'll do my duty. You can ask me my experience with anything. What you like. Happy Prode. Yeah, happy Prode. You're sure you'll think of something to ask as soon as it's too late? Nah, you got some time. Someone else just needs to answer your question so you can think about it, Dallas. Quick chat. Figure out something to ask me. I'm waiting. Alright, I guess nobody wants to know anything else. So now I need to figure out what else to do. Yeah, Alta, what do you think of the dress? could ask something else, Roverlane. Just don't ask about surgeries. It's great. Isn't it too bad chat will never be able to see it? See me slaying. Okay, question. I may have an answer for you, Anya. This is called figments. You know the Jewish orbital space laser is a joke, but is there a trans orbital space laser? No. There is no secret society of trans people secretly plotting to take over the world with their orbital space laser. Well, if there is, I have not been invited to it, unless it's one of the, like the 3 polycules I have been invited to join. I don't know what it is about trans and being poly, but it seems like almost every trans person I know is poly. Which is like the hardest to turn off for me. Yeah, I'm not even sure what I would use an orbital space laser for. Because I feel like orbital space lasers are designed to kill people. Hair removal. You discard one thing society gives you, you start thinking about whether the other things are important to you too. The orbital laser for hair removal. There you go. That's the ticket. Yeah, more power to you, to the poly people. Just I'll take no part in it. You be happy. All right, Ophelia. Who are you wearing? Prada. Of course. All right, Shinobu. I may have an answer. What's your question? What is the air speed velocity of an unladen swallow? African or European, Shinobu? You don't know? Okay. Alright, you get back to me if you if you had a Saki power, what would it be? Okay, this is not a trans question. But I think my Saki power, let me think about it. What would be like appropriate to me? I'm not sure I have a signature move I do. Like your Northwind wave. What color ranger would I be in a Super Sentai team? I'd be the Green Ranger. My Saki power would be I intentionally choose bad weights and they pay off because no one would expect the discard. I'll give up a good weight for a bad weight because no one would expect to discard one. Goddamn Northwind, it makes no sense. So if I choose a closed weight, when I reach you, I guarantee Ipatsu. If it's a closed weight. That could be my ability. Guaranteed Ipatsu. Because this is not a stupid, weird question, but did you think I am a girl or I want to be a girl, or are both statements the same? I'd say initially it was like I want to be a girl. And then as I've gone through everything, it's transferred to I just am a girl. Would I have preferred to be a biological girl? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. Baggage and all. Good and the bad. But I am born with what I am born as, so.
Okay, I guess you really are my little PogChamp.
like
Come
it.
here.
Hello. And hello, Shiki. Welcome back. What's the best kind of nut? The kind that goes all over. All right, next question. Next question. Yeah, it's a common stupid example that people will bring up to try and devalue trans people. It's like, well, I want to be a mermaid, and I can't be a mermaid because I'm not a fish. So therefore, you trying to be a girl or trying to be a guy makes no sense. So they're trying to use that straw man that they build up of some mythical creature that you wish you could be. And like, you know, it's like if you saw somebody, you know, getting their legs removed and putting a fish tail on it to go and getting gills put in and all that stuff, you think they're crazy. And yeah, that would be insane to do, but this is not that. It's very different. For the first of all thing being, men and women are real. When did I start going into women's bathrooms? Immediately. Literally the same day. Okay, think I have something. Being cis male, there's probably a whole lot of stuff I'm ignorant on. What should I be less ignorant on? What should you know? I would say, I mean, most of the information's out there. I mean, if you just have heard me talk, there's probably nothing you don't know. I'll probably stress, like, there's a God, I don't want to speak generally because I only have my experience to go off of. Like, for example, I can tell, like, if people, like, I can tell the nuance between, wow, for a trans person, you're great at this or something. You look so girly. You look so whatever. With the context of, like, wow, that's pretty good for a trans person. I can kind of pick up on that and read when, like, that's, like, the general compliment. Trans Jozu. Yeah, it reads like Trans Jozu. So I don't like framing that, or like I don't want just like offhanded compliments of like I put in any effort and then like, oh, you're looking girly, so it's amazing, you know. I want like, you know, the real impression. But I'd say a thing that people misunderstand quite often is no matter how confident people look, you know, there's like trans people who are like just very out there, very they dress extremely gay and all this other stuff. And they look very confident, but even in those cases inside, even though like, you know, you can give off the impression that you give no Fs, you ran out of Fs to give. There's still a lot of subtle things that can be very hurtful and self-conscious about. Maybe. It surprised me that not more people are trans. It seems almost logical to me that you would want to be the kind of person you're attracted to, because why wouldn't you want to have an attractive body yourself? I think being into something is very different than wanting to be it. And so a point where about 1% of the population and like being trans is not like you find girls attractive and you want to be one. That's not okay. Maybe that's a better thing for a misconception or something that you should know. Just because you want to be a girl does not mean you are attracted to girls. I don't think the speedrunning community is a good demographic to follow for this, since everybody is super queer. It's a very different thing what your sexual attraction is and what you see yourself as. So there are people who are, and I would say it is more common for a trans woman to be into men than to women. So basically you find you're not sexually attracted to women, just men. So why would you want to be a girl, the thing you're not attracted to, right? Which is, it's an internal thing. It's like you want, there's a lot more than what gets you off to it. Now there are a lot of trans men and women out there who are gay. But that is not the driver. To go through that much effort just because you find women attractive. Because it's a lot. Like being, like, it's not easy. I don't think a trans person does easy. Whether you go through surgeries, and you give up a lot. When you go on hormone therapy, unless you have your stuff frozen, either your eggs frozen or sperm frozen or whatever, it basically completely kills your reproductive system. Right? And that's a huge deal. That is a huge, massive thing that you're giving up for it. So if you just went all in and then didn't do that, then yeah, you'll never have biological kids ever. So that is like these are not just drop the hat simple things to just go over. You can't wait for science to advance to the state where it's indistinguishable from magic. We'll see. Yeah. And I will say there are trans people who there's different reasons for people who want to do it. There are those who I've talked to and I'm in for it. It's like a fetishization. Like they love women so much they want to be one. Yeah, that does exist. And that's fine. But I don't think it's typical. So I do want to stress that the two issues are separate. Who you're attracted to and who you are really on the inside are completely separate things. And it's also not associated with stereotypes. Here's another thing that people tend to get wrong. It's like, oh, this kid, they like sewing. They like playing with Barbie dolls. They must be trans. That is also not it. That is very much not it. So, just because a child or anybody partakes in things that have arbitrarily been chosen to be gendered, like the color pink. Oh, this person likes the color pink. They must be trans. This girl likes to play with monster trucks. They must be really a boy. Yeah. So a lot of times people see the gender roles and what we have structurally just designed our world around and have made that the barrier. Okay, if you're trans, then you gotta like all the girl stuff. If you're or a trans girl, you gotta like all the girl stuff. If you're trans mask, you gotta like all the mask stuff. It's like, no, they're called tomboys. They're if like a girl is into video games or something, right, like that, right? You know. And it's fine. They're still a girl. They just like more masculine things. It's typically seen as masculine things. So, very common misconception, I feel. It's like, oh, hold on. Shiki destroyed stuff. Out of the way, Shiki. Thank you. The wedding was great. Alright, Cheeky, down you go. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't want people to see it. And like, just because I am now presenting myself as a girl and seeing myself as a girl, that doesn't mean I automatically love pink and I love cheesy Hallmark Christmas movies and I absolutely adore makeup and going to Victoria's Secret and doing underwear sleepover parties with my friends. You know, the stereotypical stuff, right? I still do a lot of things that are associated with boys. I'm an engineer, which is still extremely boy heavy. I play video games all the time. That's not going to make my sense of decoration change. Like, largely nothing about you changes. It's just like you're stop lying to the world, and you're like, okay, now you're telling the truth. This is all it is. Like, it's really tough to describe. Other than, like, you'll know when you know, and you try things out, and then it's like, oh, I like this. Yeah. No, I am not a crazy cat lady. I have 2 cats. Having 2 cats is extremely normal. If I would say you can have up to 3 cats as a single person and not be considered a crazy cat lady. Yeah, you need at least 4 on your own, maybe 5. Then that'd be the metric. 2 is extremely normal. If I had 2 dogs, no one would complain about that. And call me a crazy dog lady.
Keep moving those goalposts, cat lady.
Oh, please. Alright. 108 out of $1,000 for the dress pick before it goes into the Kiara vault forever. Maybe a cat lady with one. Depends how you talk about them to others. You all talk about my cats more than I do. Alright, any other questions for me? Well, she gets mentioned when she's literally in my face. And I have to say, stop, get off, Shiki. Cats are adorable. And my cats are basically celebrities. How long is that dress pick incentive up for? Today only. If it doesn't get met today, you don't see pics. Yep, tonight only. One stream only deal. I chose an unsnipeable number. Yeah, you should not be dropping $900 for it. No one should be dropping $900 for it. If I picked 500 bucks, I was worried some person would just snipe it. But I think for 1,000 bucks, it makes it very difficult to snipe. It's a tough, like, committing that much money for a picture is a lot. So I intended it to be a group effort that would have to come together in one day. And if it doesn't get met, I could just say chat hates me. And chat hates Shiki. But we'll run it for the duration of stream today and see where we get. I can't believe chat hates Shiki. Calling me a crazy cat lady, insulting my cats. You know how it be. Oh, I meant to look up mahjong clubs in my area. Feel free to still ask me questions today if you have more. There's got to be a mahjong club near me. Oh, yo, actually. Oh, shit. Oh, this is right next door. Oh, they even have broadcasts.
Thank
Oh,
you,
these tables are
Lexicon,
so
for the
nice.
$192 tip.
Ah! Lexi! Thank you for... Jesus. Lexi! Thank you for the 192. That's 30%. Thank you, Lexi. You are too nice. Am I allowed to say you are too nice? So they got a bunch of fancy auto tables. Alta, are you here? Aw, thank you, Lexi. Damn. Alta. I wanted to ask if you paid for the Mahjong Club. No, all my stuff is Rishi. Oh, I like this. Okay. The rules. To join the Mahjong Club, players should be able to play at a basic level. You must be able to recognize all the tiles without Arabic numerals. You must know the following Yaku: Richi, Yakai, Tanyao, Pinfu, Honitsu, Toi Toi, and Chitoi. You must be able to play at a reasonable pace. Prior in-person experience not required. And it costs $20 per day. That seems expensive. $10 a day for members. Members become full members after passing a certain skill level. Yeah, maybe I joined the Discord. Give it a whirl. Oh, they got actual pros. They got actual pros for this place. Here, I'm gonna message Alta. Yeah, this place is right around the corner. I could literally walk there. I guess not literally walk there, but I could walk there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna join this. Give it a whirl. Alright, chat. Maybe I play some Mahjong. Try and become experts in tiles. Why tiles? We can 16 star. $50. I'll go 16 star. How about that? I'm feeling greedy today. I'm a greedy streamer, trying to milk money with both hands. Oh yeah, anybody want to play Washizu Mahjong on Wednesday? It's stupid. I'm doing my first collab stream. Mahjong Soul collab stream. I'm assuming Washizu Mahjong is going to be a thing for the event. All right, let me bump up some volumes. Bring you down, bring you up. There we go. Oh, I guess all the PC and like Xbox and Sony and summer bullshit happened recently, right? Maybe I can watch those. I can do a Kiara reacts to I know how much you love my react streams. Especially Woolagen. Alright. Let's go rank up so I can be good enough to join my local Mahjong club. Well, that's loud. Why is her book in her boobs? What is this? Okay. Bless goodbye. Alright, chat. We need to make sure you get good at in-person mahjong. So we're gonna turn off the indices. We're gonna turn off the indices. You're gonna have to learn. Feel free to ask what a tile is. You'll get it on discards, though. 1, 2, 4, 5, 9 is weakest. You don't want to learn too bad. You are learning Japanese. Or Chinese. They are the same. Here. For example, this is a 3, because there's 3 bamboo. This is a 4, because there's 4 bamboo. This is a 6, because there's 6 bamboo. This is a 9, because it's 9 bamboo. This is a 1 pen, because it's 1 pen. This is a 2 pen, because it's 2 pens. 4 and 5. You got it. This is a 1 because there's 1 line. This is a 2 because there's 2 lines. This is a 5, 6, and a 7 because don't worry about it.
Pon.
Oh! Not the pon. That's a West because it looks like a W. You thought they were wheels? Got a reasonable shape, but we are like Sanshanten. It does look like a W. Alright, 3, 4, 6, 6, 7, 1, 1, 2. Alright. Be gone, ones and twos. You're my weakest part. And less likely to deal in. Twink T is their name. I got a cool cat recently. What is that outfit? This is the type of outfit I would not wear. Too froofy.
Boom.
This is also an outfit I probably wouldn't wear. Oh, shit. Alright. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very strong shape. 5, 6, 7, 7. Decent shape. The 1, 1, 2. Bad shape. Now we are getting close to our Tanyao, Pinfu, Richi, Dora. The 9's not going to really help. Couple of good options out of this hand. Most likely we're going to be discarding the 7, having the 6s as our pair. 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, and 7, 8, 9. The 9 is weak. I'm keeping it now until I get anything else. Literally anything else that I slot in that I accept, the 9's gone. No, not even this. Is this safe? I think this is safe. They're on a cursed 1 tile weight. Who knows what it is? Welcome to Silver League, where people do this.
Gee.
They got 1s, 1s. These ones are safe. So right now, anything outside is very unsafe. But the 9 is good. So we got a 3, 4, 5. Can be a 5, 6, 7. So we are Ishanten finally. Would not reach you with this hand. But this 6 discard is scary. But if it's a 6 discard here, it's only 2 Han. So I'm not too worried. I'm probably going to discard the 6 here soon.
Come.
Oh boy. Okay. Alright. You're safe. No? I do not believe for a second these two are in Tenpai. I would like to get Tenpai. You know what? We're gonna force it.
Gee.
And hopefully we do not deal in. We do not deal in. Okay. I did want Tenpai. This should be safe. Alright, we got last draw. Come on under the river. Come on under the river. Come on. Come on, give it to me. Okay. They surely would not be dumb enough to discard Dora on the... Okay, there we go. Oh, look, they had 3 of them. Oh, that sucks for them. 4, 6, 7, 9, wait. I just discarded the 6. Ooh, that could have been dangerous. First place! What the hell? Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of the 9, honestly. I'm thinking of taking this hand towards a, yeah, we'll take that.
Boom.
We're gonna take this towards a Honitsu. Half flush. Most likely with the pins. The Mon tiles may be better. Nope. Okay, there we go. 3, 4, 7, 7, 8. Yeah, we're not gonna. Oh, yeah, we're not gonna lock in those. Oh, get that out of here quickly. All right, we'll hang on to that for sure, and we'll start ditching our more dangerous Mon tiles. And we're locked into the Honitsu. And I'm going to assume I do not get the other east, but we got the other east.
Boom.
Alright, we are now Ishanten.
Boom.
We need a 2, 5, or a 7 to be in Tenpai. Unfortunately, 2 of the 2s are out. 3 of the 2s are out, so it's unlikely, but you know we'll see.
Done.
Okay, didn't have to think about it. Very nice Mongon, 4Han 40, boom boom. The mans, yeah, the man tiles. I don't know why they are called Monzu. Actually, let me check something. Yeah, I do a search for Monzu, and it's just character tiles. That's all. Is Monzu or character tiles? Also, thanks everybody for your support today. Ugh. Yep. Most of these terms are from Chinese. All right, am I gonna get the Ipeiko? Probably not. Yep. Six, 7, 7's a good shape. I don't have anything I'd lock in to be my pair yet. 2, 3, 4 is 5 is good shape. Okay, now I'll ditch the 7. 2, 3, 4, 5 is better. I'm holding to dear life on the left. Hoping it turns into an Ipeiko with a 4 draw.
Boom.
But this also holds as like having the 5, 5, 6, 6. It could be a 4, 7 pair weight, and I have a chance of getting the more valuable version of it. Yeah, that sucks. Pretty much everybody who watches me will play Mahjong Soul, this video game. There's also Ricci City, or if you want to be old school, Tenho. Those are the 3 clients that I'm aware of they could play at. And, yeah. This actually, discarding the 7 was bad. Because that can ruin this form. If I draw a 6 or a 1, if I draw a 6, that'll put me in footy 10. Okay. Alright, here's exactly what I wanted to happen. So, the 4 gets us an extra Han. But we'll also accept the 7 for a lower value hand if it shows up. So ideally, we get the 4. We get the Ipeiko, Ricci Dora for 3 Han. Wait, it's Ipeiko, or Ricci, Dora, Tanyao, Pinfu. That's 4 Han. And then if we get the Ipeiko, it's Mongon. Though if I roan anyway, it's probably just going to be Mongon even without it, so... But we'll see if we get it. The person on the top is dumping. They've jumped to 5, 6, 8, 9, 9. They're getting rid of their Montiles. So I'm hoping that's a good chance. There are a lot of Montiles on the table. Person on the left has discarded a 7 and an 8. But my discards don't show a lot of Montiles, so... Yay! Alright, it's a Mongon. 5 Han. Unless I get Udadora. I did not get any Udadora. Yeah. Mongon! Yay! That was a good hand. We take that hand every day. 2, 3, 9, 6, 6, 7, 9. Alright, get rid of the 9 first here. And we'll give a couple go-arounds, see what happens to the west. The west and the red. My 2-value Yakai. If I see anybody discard, I'm just going to ditch them, but... there's a decent chance they show up. Let's see, 3, 4, 7, 7, 9, 6, 6, 7, 9, 2, 3, 8. Yeah. We'll get rid of the west now. I like the shape of everything else more. Look at me. I'm a Mahjong pro. 2, 3, 6. Yeah, I'll get rid of the 9 here. This is likely going to end up what my pair is going to be. The 5, 6, 6, 7 is good. Probably going to ditch this 9 after... I'm gonna hold on to the 1 for a little bit, but the 9 definitely needs to go. Especially since there's 3 8s out there. There's another 9. It's not going to turn into a triplet. Yeah, time for the 9 to go. Now we got a 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. So this basically gives me a 4, 7 tile acceptance here. And of course I drew another red. It's whatever. I'm not angry about not getting the dragons, because honestly I'd rather not have dragons, because if ever I call a dragon, it usually just like tanks the value of my hand. I want to go for something a little bit more. Ideal scenario here, we get another 1. We just draw another 1. Let's see, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. Time for the 6 to go. Try and go for some tile efficiency. Shit. Okay. Okay. Discard a 3, 4, 7. So I'm probably gonna get rid of the 2, 3 first. Nope. Green dragon first. Go another round. Hey, there's all 4 green dragons. Alright, 3 is out of my hand first. Although unlikely, the 2 can be a weight. So they discarded a 3, they discarded a 4. I doubt they're on a single weight for the 2. White dragon is dangerous as heck. So I'm not gonna... unfortunate tile to draw. Someone's waiting on it at this point. Don't want to chance it. Just don't want to. Alright, 2, 3, 4. Ugh, shit. 2 is safer.
Come.
Oh my god. The other person's reaching. Oh shit. Alright, well that's safe.
Boom.
I think the 4 is good. But this is very scary. I have so many danger tiles in my hand. Okay, the 6 I know is good. I want to ditch this white so bad, but like... Ah! Do I go greed?
Reach.
Oh, shit. Okay, the white passed. Alright, here we go. Wait, no, we're not gonna reach this shit. This is stupid.
1つのドライオン漫画
Yeah, reaching would have been stupid there. I didn't want the Han. I was playing for Tenpai at the end. I didn't... Completing the hand was a bonus. It was not necessary. That was pure skill, exactly. The most skill that has ever been displayed in a game of Mahjong. Look, I played well. I played defensively. I didn't deal in. I didn't waste a Richi. I think I played that perfectly. I just drew Dora. And then the idiot next to me conned. The twink next to me to my left, twink who is on my left, conned and gave me the Mongon. Otherwise I would have had 4 Han. Thank you, twink, for your service. Appreciate you. I'm not shaming the twink. The twink is a twink. They also are wearing that choker that y'all like. Y'all love the chokers. So I guess funny anecdote for y'all in the before times. And happy Pride Month, everybody. In the before times, a description of myself, but I was typically described as a twink. I was often described as a twink. Alright, that deserves an emote. Because that is how I was introduced to the term twink. What is a twink? Is like someone who looks like you.
Come. Pum.
All right, we got a open Mongon over here.
Chi.
They're rushing to complete their hand. Luckily, I have quite a few safe tiles here. We are Ishanten. So it's not looking good to complete this. Yeah, I gotta play defensively here. This is a big hand. Wow, I drew all 4 reds. That's kind of crazy. Alright, assuming that they're not waiting on 1s, given they discarded 2, 3, 5, 6, I think we should be okay. So we'll discard the 3 here. And probably for my last 2 discards, hit these 1s. And then just take the point loss. Alright, we're safe from the left.
いかなる結末も受け入れましょう。
Yeah, that would have been a nasty hand. That would have been 7 Han. Potential Uda for a Baimon. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, I'll gladly take that 1,000 point hit to not deal in. Right now, I just need to end the game. So if I call whites, I'm just gonna rush to the end. Hand shape's getting there. Okay. I'm at the point where I could probably start calling. If I'm confident someone's going to drop the white. But I'm not the most confident. This is actually a tough situation. There's either that 9 or this 9 to get rid of. Yeah, let's start calling. We're opening up the floodgates. Let's heckin' go. Unfortunately, I didn't notice that there's only 1 tile left for each of these, so this actually kind of blows. I'm not gonna... This hand's not completing, unless I get extremely lucky. But more likely than not, it's not. So let's just use 3s, because you are going for... I don't think you're gonna go for the full all terminals, all honors. I'm doubtful. I'm very doubtful of it. I think this is secretly a half outside hand. Also got a shit ton of wins in there. Okay, there's the Wests. I hope anybody else wins but me. Unless I get directly hit by a Hanemon, I win. So I'm feeling good about it. Oh no, we've lost the twink. We have lost the twink, chat. Yeah, we are full fold at this point. The whites are never leaving my hand unless someone else discards it safely. I need to survive 6 more discards. Okay, it's just a toy. I think this is safe. Yeah. We're good. This is now way less scary. There's probably 2 Han maximum. Okay, we actually got it. This 7 is clutch because either the 5s or the 8s are not going to be able to complete, so I can call other stuff. This set of 5 is my pair. Okay, thank you. That should be a dub. Yeah, you got shit. 2 Han, get out of here. Get out of here. Enjoy your 3rd place, Pwn Cat. Alright, that's a dub.
定めは絶対です。
Alright. Let's go back into the meat grinder of Silver Room. Look at my diamond. My play diamond. It's expanding. It's getting bigger. That's what she said. See, I'm a child. Not literally.
運命の歯車は回り始めた。
Yeah, as long as they didn't take my win, I was happy. Alright, 4, 8, 9, 4, 5, 5, 7. Definitely keeping these 3 ones, 4, so okay, 3, 4, all that. Alright, yep. Gonna get rid of our Yakuhai chances. Never mind, 7 goes. One, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. The 7 goes. Okay. Probably gonna take out the 9, 8 next, unless I. Okay, yeah, this is powerful. This will be discard fodder for later if I need it. Don't draw the 7. Don't draw the 7, Mon. Don't do it to me. Don't make me draw it. Okay, perfect. Well, we got 5 pairs. This is not ideal. At least one of them is, no. No, this is too far from Toy Toy. I don't wanna do it. At least 2 of the pairs are or 3 of the pairs are close together. And then one of them is white dragons, so I can still make stuff with this shape. Yeah, thank you, Melly Fan. Happy Pride Month to you. And thanks for all the years of support. I got to pick a set of tiles to discard. It's probably...
Thanks to @ShadowMagi for my sub gift. Just caught up on some of the VOD from earlier. I'm so glad that the wedding went so well.
It did. Wait, 3-month gift subscription courtesy of Shadowmai has entered month 4?
No.
What?
No.
You gained an extra month, Medley Fan. That was awesome. Yes, happy Pride Month. Yeah, the wedding went surprisingly good. I slayed. The number you see on the screen, the 300 out of 1,000, is for me to show the dress pic. So I'll add $3 to it. One of the dress pics. Maybe I'll sweeten the deal and show you both because I'm very happy with how I looked. Yeah, I'll show you a picture of me in my dresses for $1,000. Be pretty cool. Those who have seen it can attest to how awesome I was. Shit. I have no information. Let's just go east. I have no information on you. That gives a crystal ball. Oh. Sure, why not? Usually if people reachy this early, they have nothing. So I'm hoping that's the case.
No.
Damn it.
No.
Nope, it's a Mongon. There was no way to know anything in the hands. The strategy is common sense. You get your hand, you keep tiles that are more likely, that can accept more tiles. For example, the green dragon can accept 3 other green dragons, and that's it. But a 1, 1, 2, 3, 4 can accept a 1 or a 5 or a couple other things. But right now my hand kind of sucks because most sets I have can only accept 1 tile. Yeah, this is not a great hand. But now it can turn into a Ipeko here. Why do you curse me with pairs? Alright, so there's our Ipeko. So you got 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. There's Yaka. Heck, there's an odd chance that we get it again, but I find it very unlikely. So unless we draw like a 5 here, yeah, we'll ditch the 4. We'll abandon one of these pairs, but I'm hoping we can fill some, because having the 5-7 here sucks. This is terrible. And we may just be on a closed wait for a 6, which there's only 3 of. So I'm probably not going to reach yet. But I think now's the time to get rid of it. God, do we go for it? This is stupid. This is dumb. This is beyond stupid. Do not do this. Do not do this. This is terrible strategy. The odds of me losing are incredibly high. And the odds of me completing are almost non-existent. But it's content. This is something you do as a streamer because it's hashtag content. Oh my god. Are they gonna do it? I hope you get Ura Hell. Let's see. Oh! They got 2 extra door because of that. Yeah, get Baimond, idiot. Game's over. That was a super punish on calling that con. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That was really funny. That was really funny. Yeah, dealer Baimon is no joke. Yeah, no, that 7 would have never dropped, but think if it did. Think if it did. I've had stranger things happen. Sometimes it's fun to go for the bullshit when you're streaming. My goal isn't to win. My goal is to win in style, right? Look, people love gambling streams. Yeah, Saber is here. There she is. It's a popular media franchise. They're gonna sell out their characters to different gacha games for collabs. Do I Richi this? Yeah. No, I don't. Absolutely not. Do I usually play closed hands? I play what I want to. Now we can, well, no, this still sucks. You know what? I'm just gonna this hand blows, dude. I'm not gonna reach you for a 2-tile wait. Unless, say, a couple of subs are on the line.
Pum.
Alright, chat. 2 subs. I'll reach you this. 2 subs.
Pum.
Now I'm thinking like a streamer. No, it's a terrible Richi. Yeah. That's like 2 subs, make it worth my while. Then we're talking. Alright, now we will Richi this.
Richi.
That is much better. Yeah.
Done. Richi 一発ドラ2 Mangan.
What makes it a bad Richi? Low value hand. And there are only 2 tiles left in the game. So it's a terrible wait. There are 2 tiles that I could have won off of. And in that new Richi, there are like 8 tiles that could have shown up that would have completed the hand. So much more likely that it would complete. So we got the makings of a East Honitsu right here. And I'm probably going to lean things towards. I'm not married to the idea, but it's a very strong Honitsu chance. To the point where I'm even going to hang on to a south, see if I can get another one at any wind. Yeah, Ipotsu with the Dora tile. Yeah. That was surprising.
Pum.
Literally, like, discarding the Dora immediately after someone called Richi is such a bold move. Such a bold move.
Richi. 楽しみ
Discard the 3. I'm actually scared of the south right now. Little scared of the south here. Do I do it? Let's discard the south first. Do I do it? No, I don't. It's terrible. It's a terrible idea. If I do it, someone will have to say I will sub.
Pum.
Okay, heck it. We go. Please don't deal in.
Chi.
Okay, we got a safe discard. Two subs. I'll con. Okay, oh
全
damn
部
it.
ちょうだいリーチツのピンフ
Thank you. I'll let my husband know. Does con stop a pinfu? If you have any triplets at all, a closed con does not.
Pum.
But I think if you call a con from someone else, it does. Cause a closed con, you're not calling anyone else's tiles, so I don't think it counts. But I don't know. A closed con, I don't think is a call. Do I want to keep those 8s around? Probably want to get rid of this 3 here. Alright. We'll hang on to the Dora a little bit longer.
G.
But I'm not married to keeping this Dora.
Iranai.
Okay, give her the 8. Make her hand a little stronger. Actually, that was a mistake, because now we're kind of committing to this being a pair. Yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't a good discard. I should have kept that, then whatever one formed into something will become that, and then the other one would become my pair. I just kind of like reduced my chance. Ah, whatever. I won't get punished. See? It'll be fine. It'll be fine, trust me. Trust me. It'll be fine. No whammies. I can discard a 7 if I need to. Alright. Time to say goodbye, Dora. There are still, like, subtle, like, more rare rules that come about that, because they're so uncommon, like, I don't know exactly how it should be treated. Shit. This is, like, hyper danger. This is hyper danger. Alright, let's yeah. I think I can discard the 7-8. It was hyper danger. Still winning for now. This hand... not ideal. We'll see if we can make anything of it. This can accept the 1, 4, 5. How can you tell it's hyper danger? They just reached. It was a mid-numeral tile, so like a 4, 5, 6, which can play into a lot of situations. And also, they did not have a single Mon tile in their discard. But they had lots of the other suits. So in that situation, anything that is like a dragon or a valuable wind is extremely dangerous. Yeah, there's no way I was going to discard that shit. Alright, we're good on pairs, so we're going to abandon this 8. Okay. Let's get rid of these 8s. I already have too many pairs. Commit to this probably being my pair, but this can also function as the pair if needed. and this can still turn into something. Okay. Alright, our hand's in pretty good shape. We are officially East Shanten, 1 tile away from Tenpai. Who got married? My brother. Okay, I don't need this 4, most likely. We'll keep the chance that we get to keep a door, but the longer I hold on to this, the more dangerous it becomes. That's worthless. This is what the door does. It makes you go for riskier things for higher payoff.
楽しみ
This sucks. I should have gotten rid of it last turn. Dude, they're totally waiting on the Dora.
ロンそれちょうだい
Well, that's game.
リーチ
Okay, it was nothing. Alright, we win! GG! Kiara's the best.
定めは絶対です
Watch my character's boobs bounce all over the place and flap in the wind. It's really stupid. Alright, we go again. God, gotcha game outfits
運
are
命の
something
歯
else.
車は回り始めた
They're really something else. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. West radius 1, 2, 9, 9. West goes. Already thinking hard about a discard. Okay. I'm now worried. I'm concerned. What do we got going up there? 6, 7. Anyone got 6 or 7 subs? You're gonna see if we chance into a straight here. Nitsu. Unlikely, but you never know.
チー
The only time I get Itsu is when I start with like 3 tiles in the suit. Then I get them. But if I have 7 and I'm 2 away, I will never draw them. You'll never see the 1 or the 3. I just will not draw them, ever.
Ponya! リーチ
Alright, we got 3 rounds of safe discards I was going to discard anyway. So, 1 and 2 pen, the turkey. I got a 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8 here. This 5, still danger. Probably just not going to discard this 5 anytime soon. Now we got a 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2... this could be a wait. This could be weighted, and it's close to the Dora. I'm gonna abandon the 2. I don't like any of these. Let's take out the 9. won't call Ricci here. It's just a Tanyao Pinfu Dora 3 Han. It's also unlikely. You call it the turkey? Yeah, you would. Huh.
ラン
It worked out.
ピンフイーペーコードラ
Oh, I had a 9. Yeah, no wonder it wasn't Tanya. I'm stupid. Okay. Goodbye, one. You call it a chicken because chickens are native to Asia? No, that's fair. That's very fair. Also, thanks everybody for watching today. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support as well. Even if we don't hit the dress pick, I want you to know I do appreciate all the tips today. So. Thank you. It would be cool. I would be very excited to show the dress picture. Just so y'all know, I would be extremely excited. Yeah, the 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8 is like really good for an Ipeiko. You know, I like it so much. I'm just gonna say dress picks, not dress number 1. You'll get both. You'll get both dresses. The challenge here is going to be getting my pair. I see. Desire to Richi increasing. Even if it's for a single weight. For the potential gains.
リーチです
Do I do it with the 5? Nah. No, let's do it safer with the
リ
8.
ーチ
It's a 1 tile weight. Whatever. I want the extra Dora. Thanks for the con. You never know.
ロン
Okay. I just lost 1,000 points. Did you have all 3 of them? You had 2 of them.
リーチピンフタイヤオドラドラ
Good
漫
job.
画
My stick. Alright, so we're gonna build our hand around the double Dora. Hold on to the green for a second. There's weaker tiles I want to get rid of. Like this west. Alright, why are you doing this to me, game? Giving me all the pairs.
地
I have to get rid of one of these. The ones with the 4s. Alright, green dragon, time to go. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. Alright.
地
They are going for a flush. That means I need to get rid of these as quickly as possible. I don't think they're pair waiting on a 2. So I think these low value ones are easy to get rid of. But they're going for a flush or a half flush. So if I draw a dragon,
リーチね
I can't deal with it. The 4 is more dangerous. I think it's a fake half flush. God damn it, dude. Okay, there's no way. There's no way, right? Okay. Sure.
ポン
We're going Tanyao. Tanyao Tuesdays. Both of these tiles are dangerous. But I don't think they're waiting on it. I don't think they're waiting on this. I think it's a wind. Damn it. I was less worried about that hand, so I'm glad I dealt into that one. I had some tough draws. This hand, I'm probably not going to be able to make too much value out of. Unless I can get this Dora.
Pon desu.
They're gonna call this Dora. Just watch.
ポン
Okay. They did not. They did not call the Dora. Going for a boring toy.
Thank you, Anya, for the $200 tip.
Anya, thank you. You know what? Heck it. $200, we con. That was for you, Anya.
Don. Tanyao.
Tanyao Tuesday. Thank you, Anya. I appreciate it. Alright, we lost 6 points.
積極的ね。私も
I'm trying to get to experts
That's
on
gonna
stream.
get
I'm so close. I'm like 2 wins away from expert rank. I gotta get it. Should I have asked for $250 to con? Alright, $250 and I'll con again. I'll stream until I can con again. Of course it has Ada. Yeah. Look at this. You think a game that has this kind of art, perfectly fitting swimsuits?
回り始めた
Ada, Ada. Alright, this hand is terrible. Actually terrible. Nothing redeemable.
かん
Oh, you hold on. Chat didn't give me $250. That's illegal, Mashowo. Hey. Hey, that's not allowed. Can't believe this. They conned without my permission. Without my consent. Wait, does this music play during FF14 Mahjong? Perfect. This was totally intentional. Opponent, you coward. Okay. The only reason I'm holding on to the 1 is for the chance I get a 2. Eventually it will have to go. Okay. Goodbye, 1. Goodbye, 6. I don't like the situation I'm in.
ポン
Goodbye, Dora. You were not meant to be in my hand.
リーチ
What is your weight? Don't think it's any of these 9s. I'm betting they have a closed weight. Or they're on a pair weight. If they conned. That's my guess.
Zumo これでよし
Did they get lucky? It was a pair weight. God damn it. The luck. The luck. The luck on this. Unbelievable. Yeah, that was a double Yakuman. As the dealer. And the game's just over. I lose. There was nothing I could have done. Nothing I could have done. I was right, though. I was right that they were on the pair weight. It just happens that because it was for a San Anko,
運命の歯車は回り始
it
めた
was, it turned a Yakuman into a double Yakuman. There's literally, I did not play incorrectly. I did not play bad. It's just, sometimes you can play perfectly and still lose. That's Mahjong. Sometimes the dealer just draws sumos into a double Yakuman. I had a chance for that earlier. I was in Tenpai, and then I got Tanya'd. Like a chump. There's nothing worse. You're in Tenpai for a Yakuman. And then a Pwn Cat Tanya's you for 1,000 points. It's like the ultimate insult. Why? Why do I have so many pairs?
相撲バースデー
I was this close. This close to rank up. It's being taken from me right before my eyes. Type 1 if you've never seen a double Yakuman before. It's like, what if someone got 2 royal flushes in a row? If the opportunity arises, I pwn the Dora and ditch the ones. Here. I'll probably also pwn the 5s, but that's more unlikely.
Pong.
Very unlikely someone drops this at this point, I feel.
Chi.
Wait, there's 2 guys in here. Alright, we're committing.
G.
We're committing to Tanyao Tuesday. Potentially Pinfu Friday. No, it's not gonna be Pinfu Friday. They gotta give me some tiles though.
ドラよさらば
ポン。
We're each on 10, but the 7 scares me. They're going for some Honitsu shenanigans,
Fun.
probably. Ah! None of these are your win, buddy. I think we got some Honitsu shenanigans over here as well. Rip my 5. It's over. But the chances are slipping away. Also, the 6 is danger.
G.
I don't think you're waiting on the 5. Yeah. I think they're waiting on a 6 or 7.
ツボ月が回ってきたぜ三色同順純ちゃんドラ
Fake Mongon. I'm getting bullied by the sumos. I gotta play better and just win first. Alright, this is... My hand is in very good shape. Lots of possibilities here. I just need to draw not trash. Anything. Anything that's not trash. I'll take it. Anything at all.
ドラよさらば
It may have been worth it to call that red 5, honestly. Yeah, probably would have been. Oh, whatever. I should have called that. Hi, Eerie Graham. When do I begin my gold arc? When chat gives me 497 more dollars today. What are the requirements to be golden mahjong? I'm gonna start calling tiles.
リーチ
What do you have? You don't have pins. I don't have many safe tiles here. Could be the 7. Well, as long as I keep drawing trash after trash after trash, I'll just do that. Yeah, I'm drawing literally no tiles I need.
ツボ月が回ってきたぜリーチツモタンヤオ
I'm getting sumo to death. Alright, last hand. I need 2,000. I need a meager 2,000 points. I think it's time for the Tanyao rush. With one Dora is all I need. Alright, looking good. I'll no longer call 4s or 5s. Get rid of you now. Okay. Now I will call 4s and 5s if I see them, because one of them is most likely going to be my pair. Most likely. Where once again, Ishanten. No, I'm not gonna reach you this. I don't need to there's no reason for me to reach you this. Well, whatever. Just send it. Scare them.
チ
I can always sumo it. The only reason I'm doing this, if I direct hit the dealer, This would be enough to send us into overtime. If I sumo or roan off of anybody else, I just get second place. But the Riichi will give me a chance at actually coming back. And very unlikely that someone discards a 5 pin. Or a 5 so. But they just discarded, someone just discarded the red 5 Mon, so. You never know in Silver Room. You never know. The point leader has also discarded a whole bunch of so tiles, so I think is more likely to want to get rid of a 5 if they have one. But who knows? Who knows? Now I'm gonna deal into them. Right now. Here it is. Okay, surprising. Sumo? I'm guessing they sumo? Yeah. Rip. I still keep third place. I lose points. Yeah, so what is the golden arc of do I need to be in an expert rank? Gold room? I was like 70 points from rank up, and then I got double Yakumon. It was a sumo. I didn't deal into a double Yakumon. They just got a double Yakumon.
運命の歯車は回り始めた。
Only got 3 Dora in the hand. A lot of pairs. Too many pairs. Alright, that's actually a good first draw. Great. The Pwn Cat is at it again. Okay. And just like that, this hand became potentially awesome. We'll hang on to those ones as the pair, unless I get a better pair. But the hand is going to stay in this state probably for the next 10 draws, and I'm not going to add anything to it. Just because bad luck. Just you watch. Just you watch.
Genius!
Yeah. If I get a 1, a 3, a 5 mon, an 8 mon, there's options. I'm actually gonna hang on to that 7. I could turn this into a pair. Hey, we'll take that.
Peachy.
Take it, you coward.
Genius!
You pwn cat, chi cat. Deal in. Deal in. This is Riichi, Dora 3.
G.
For a Mongon. God damn it. Kiara is now sad that she lost to that hand.